Good afternoon, Chairperson and everybody present. Yes, we are.
Thank you very much, honourable members. A warm welcome to you all on this cold winter's day at this meeting of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. It is today, Tuesday, the 20th of June. It has just gone 1 o'clock. And we are meeting virtually to discuss quite a lengthy agenda. And therefore, I would like to say thank you very much to each of you who've put this afternoon aside. And thank you also to the numerous officials who have already joined and who are in the process of joining as we go through our agenda. We have today as our guests a number of members from our national departments, from agriculture, from environmental affairs, and I'm quite excited also to welcome the presenters from the Department of Water and Sanitation. A warm welcome to you all, and we'll give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves just now. It also gives me a particular pleasure to inform you that we have received notice of a new member of this committee, and that is the Honourable Peter de Villiers, who replaces Mr. Sean August, who used to be a member of this committee as well. Mr. de Villiers, I don't know if you've been able to join us already, but if so, would you like to introduce yourself? Seems to me he may still be in the process of joining. Then, honourable members, if you would like to also just introduce yourselves. I have received an apology from the following before you proceed, and that is from the Honourable Minister, Ivan Meyer, Minister of Agriculture, as well as the Head of the Agriculture Department, Dr. Sebu Petsa. And then our one colleague, Honourable Derek America, is currently representing the Western Cape in the National Council of Provinces. And a warm welcome then also to his alternate, the Honourable Isaac Sileku. So, Honourable Sileku, would you like to introduce yourself and then the other members to follow?
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair. My name is Mbulelo Isaac Sileku, and I greet everyone on the platform. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, and everyone present. My name is Pat Moran, member of this committee.
Good afternoon, Chair. Kayla Murray, member of this committee.
Thank you very much, honourable members. I still don't see the name of the Honourable de Villiers. I trust that Ms. Niekerk will just, or the IT staff will assist him and try to also access this meeting. Good. Thank you very much then. Then in terms of the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, we've also received some apologies from certain of those officials. I have here Ms. Karen Shippey, the Chief Director Environmental Sustainability, Mr. Gottlieb Arendse, the Chief Director Environmental Quality, and Ms. Marine Leros, Director Biodiversity and Coastal Management. I trust that those names are still applicable. And then also from Mr. James Retief, Manager, Stakeholder and Communication Services. Can I ask then first for the officials from the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development who have joined us. I've seen some of your names on the screen already, to just introduce yourselves. Mr. Makafola.
Good morning, Honourable Chair. It's Billy Makafula here from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, from the Directorate Food Safety and Quality Assurance. I'm going to be the one presenting the Agricultural Products Standards Amendment Bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, a warm welcome. And can I just ask, is Mr. Sebifelo with us? Any of your other colleagues, Mr. Makafola?
No, I've not actually seen anyone that I know. There could be others that I don't know their surname or their names, but the one that you've just asked, Ralph, is not here.
Good, thank you very much then. Then can I ask officials from the Department of Agriculture, Western Cape, that may have joined us?
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I'm Daryl Jacobs, currently acting head of department, but normally the Deputy Director General in the department, and I'm joined also by Aisha Peterson, my Director for Sustainable Resource Use and Management. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And is she with you?
Yes, she is with me, Chairperson.
Good. Thank you very much then. And then also from the National Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, I wonder if Mr. Ndu has already joined. He is a little bit later on the agenda, I believe. Good. So he and his colleague may probably be joining in due course. And then can I just ask whether Ms. Annick Rousseau, I do see you on my screen. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Chairperson and honourable members. Annick Rousseau from the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning.
Thank you. I believe you're the only one representing the department today. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And then we have Cape Nature.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and members. Coral Burst from Cape Nature.
Good, thank you very much. Then do we have a representative from the Premier's office? It doesn't seem like it. And then we have our support staff from the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. Can we start with Advocate Marstorp?
Afternoon, Chair and colleagues on the platform. My name is Romeo Marstorp, Legal Advisor to the Provincial Parliament and assisting this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Keswa?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Themba Keswa, Manager PEDO. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have our researcher? I thought I saw her name, but let's continue then also to our representatives from SALGA, South African Local Government Association. I don't know if Mr. Njamela has joined us yet. Not yet. And then I also have on my list Ms. Petru van Skalkwyk. We were hoping that she would also be able to join us. I do not see your name. Good. And then if I look quickly through the list, please, if there's anybody from the National Department of Water and Sanitation that's already joined, please feel free to introduce yourself. Also not yet. And then if I can go down the list, Mr. Ghafoor.
Good afternoon, Anwar Ghafoor, Director Strategic and Operational Support from the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning.
Thank you. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you.
And then we have, I see a number of people that have joined us as can I call it, external parties representing Agri Western Cape. A warm welcome to you. I do see some journalists and you are welcome to follow the proceedings. We also always appreciate your interest in the work of this committee. I see that the Honourable Marais has also joined us now. Honourable Marais.
Good day to you, sir. Yes, I have joined you. Maybe I was a minute or so after you asked members to introduce themselves, but good day to all of you.
Good. And then as support staff, I only mentioned Advocate Marstorp, but we're also joined by Ms. Nomfundo Mshumpela. And then I almost want to say the most important person in this meeting, without whom there wouldn't be an agenda, without whom there wouldn't be a set of minutes afterwards, and that is Ms. Shireen Niekerk. Ms. Niekerk, thank you very much for also being here. And then I see that a number of people have since joined, Mr. Mohammed and Mr. Ndu.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members and other committee meeting members. Ayub Mohammed, Chief Director, Environmental Governance, also from Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. And you've already introduced Mr. Gafoor. And then we've also got Ms. Natasha Davis-Wolmerans, also from the Department of Environmental Affairs. So there are 4 of us in this meeting, another 3 in addition to Anik. Thank you, Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Mr. Ndu?
Good afternoon. My name is Cyril Ndou. I'm the Director of Forest Resource Protection. With me today is Mr. Winston Smith. He will be doing a presentation on the National Field and Forest Fires Bill. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. And I do know that a number of you are more familiar with the Zoom platform. We really appreciate you also accommodating us by joining us on MS Teams here this afternoon. Can I just ask, is there anybody that have not had an opportunity to be marked off as present and that would like to just introduce him or herself? Good, thank you very much. If you do join us, and I trust people will join us. Some people will join us later on as we come to those items on the agenda. Please just ensure that Ms. Niekerk do note your presence, so that she would be able to also add your name to the minutes of this meeting. Thank you. Honourable members, it's been a while since we've met, and therefore we have quite a lengthy agenda for this afternoon. We have 2 pieces of legislation that have been referred to us via the NCOP, and we will start with that. And you've already heard the voice of Mr. Billy Makafola, sorry. And Mr. Makafola, would you be able to flood your presentation? And with that, I would like to give over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me try, because I think we are all technologically challenged at times. But I've tried to, let me just go here and see.
Honourable members, Mr. Makafola is going to brief us on the Agricultural Product Standards Amendment Bill. They have also last week presented that to the NCOP. I do know some of us were able to join, but then others were on the road, for example, and unable to. So, Mr. Makafola, thank you. We see your presentation, and we look forward to that.
Thank you very much once again, Chairperson, for affording us the opportunity to present this bill. The bill before you is the Agricultural Product Standards Amendment Bill. This is just a bill that seeks to remedy some of the deficiencies that have been identified in the existing Principal Act, which is the APS Act.
Mr. Makafola, can I just ask, you are now addressing the Western Cape Provincial Legislature, but I believe that the presentation doesn't differ between the different provinces. What you say today is the same that you will say tomorrow.
100%. It is the same presentation that has actually been presented to other members in other provinces. So it's the same presentation that will certainly be will actually enjoy in terms of presentation to other provinces or other setups. And that is the same presentation that is before the National Assembly as well as the NCOP currently.
Please proceed.
Thanks. The content, that is the layout of the presentation, will certainly be in the following. I will state the status quo of the bill as it is today, the deficiencies or shortcomings that led to us reviewing the Principal Act, and measures that we actually took to deal with those deficiencies that we identified. I'll also try to flag, I'm not necessarily going to go through the series of consultative processes and systems that we got the bill to go through in order for it to be adjudged to be compliant with the Constitution, and also be determining the impact of the socio-economic impact thereof. And then we'll go straight to the sections that were amended and possibly reasons behind the amendments. So we all know that the honorable minister, presented and participated in the National Assembly in the second reading of the APS Act. And it was during that process that the National Assembly adopted and sent the bill to the National Council of Provinces for their consideration, which is precisely where we are at today. Now, the shortcomings, and I'm going to be, when presenting this thing, I'm going to be as practical as possible so that it actually lands well in terms of understanding and interpretation of what is meant by different slides. So what we have is that in the current act, we have the definition for management control system, but that definition was found to be problematic by the state law advisors, to say that it is so wide that it actually lends itself to different interpretation. It actually may even invalidate, it may even go beyond the scope of the existing act. So the consequence of that, we were advised that in its current form, it will not necessarily address that which you wanted to address. Which will certainly be clear as we go along in the presentation itself. Now, when you introduce a system has to be audited ordinarily and naturally so. So the auditing of the management system had to be factored in. And the other issue that we have had is that in determining different assignees that we have in themselves determining fees, there was a bit of, not necessarily transparency all round, but in some instances, we find that in terms of board representation, there were those people who were not necessarily represented on the board, and they were just taking whatever the boards decide on in terms of fees. So this bill seeks to bring about transparency in that case. So fundamentally, the two differences, the two deficiencies in the main are the definition of management control system and the factoring thereof, as well as the issue of looking at the manner in which fees are determined by assignees. Of course, other changes are consequential to those two changes. Now, these are the measures that we introduced. I indicated that definition of auditing management control system and generally SEL, which more than anything was to align it to the other existing legislation, as it will be clearer as we go on. The issue of provision for auditing of the system, which is management control system, was also factored in, and actual active participation by affected stakeholders in the determination of fees, auditing or even inspection fees by assignees that we have. Now, the process, I don't think that Mr. Chairperson, there would be much flowing out of the process, but just to say that the process has actually traversed all of those necessary routes that ought to be traversed in terms of consultation, in terms of refining the legislation so that it is not necessarily found to be outside of the constitutional strictures. We also had to take the bill itself to the socio-economic impact assessment systems, where it was actually looked into in terms of what it would actually be its impact on the society and what kind of economic impact would it actually have if it was to be accepted. And that was done. And the bill, of course, if you look at these two slides, it was actually introduced first in 2015. We started in 2015. And it was introduced in the National Assembly and retracted. It was withdrawn and reintroduced again in 2020. So in actual fact, you can see that we have actually gone, and in the second reintroduction, we also follow the same procedure. So there is nothing tense on that, except that all of those processes had to be undertaken so that the bill at the end of the day is not founded to have faltered insofar as procedure is concerned. So that is what I've actually been explaining. Of course, what matters is the dates there, but I don't think that nothing much tense on that. Of course, if this question, we can actually go back there. I think we need to go to the meat of what led to the introduction itself. So the amended sections that we have, starting from section 1, is that of audit. Audit itself was not part of the landscape. The Agricultural Product Standards Act, as it is based on end product inspection, where we deal with grading, packaging of the product, whether quality parameters as set in different export standards and requirements or regulations, local regulations or import regulations, are complied with. So that you do once the product is packed and is actually ready to be sold or ready to be exported or to be imported into the country, you check it against the parameter set, which then makes it a end product inspection. So it did not actually have auditing. Auditing was brought in because the methods of productions as represented by management control system has actually been bathed in. Essentially, what it actually means that you are going to systematically examine the activities and the activities that are followed in pursuance of certain production methods, which you would actually later claim. You would actually put, say, for example, organic product. Organic itself is a method of production that you are claiming, which is attached to the sale of the product itself, or even the importation of the product. If a product comes and say that it's grain fed itself is a claim. So we would have to have an auditing that authenticated that indeed the related activities linked to the organic way of producing has been followed. So that is what auditing actually provides for, as we have it in the slide. Then the other changes, of course, are changes that had to accord with the reconfigured administration in terms of departments and the Director General and the Minister. So those are the changes that we have actually brought in, so that even if there was going to be any change in terms of the DG, in terms of the Minister, in terms of reconfiguration of the Minister in future, this kind of changes will stand. We will actually withstand those things because they have actually been crafted in such a manner that they actually accord with the current change, but at the same time, they are also taking into account any future changes that may be effected. We then have the definition of management control system. Management control system is nothing but methods of production. It's a method of production. Once you have method of production, then you want to accentuate that by saying that when you sell your product, this will be a product, but at the same time, you'll bring to the attention of the consumers or whoever is going to buy your product that this product has been produced differently. So the minute you say that it's produced differently, we want to know precisely that can it be substantiated? So the management control system will then have regulation that sets out precisely that if it is organic, it must comply to the following parameters. So if you say you're selling free-range chicken, we know that it has to roam within certain what distance and all of this thing, how it should actually feed and all of this thing. So those will be part of the regulations. And those regulations will be management control system, which would then be used whenever an invocation is made in the sale of a product where somebody claims organic or free range, we would have to adjudge, go back and see whether indeed your systems are in place for you to be able to legitimately claim that your product are organic. It may go, in fact, even to attach itself to your religious claims. in terms of halal or kosher. So in that case, because of the sensitivity around that, we'll have to consult in terms of bringing up minimum regulation that would actually be acceptable to the affected community. So that whenever a product is put out there with those claims, it can actually be authenticated through a proper audit. So that is what management control system. Essentially, those claims would have to accord with the prescribed methods of production. So essentially, it's method of production, how you produce the product and the claiming thereof. That is management control system in simple terms. Then we have a definition for sale. This definition has been there. There's nothing wrong with it, but then it seems to be susceptible to different interpretation. That sale, some people may even say that you actually defined sale. And when you come across in the text of the act itself or the bill, the word sale or sold or selling, people may say that you have not actually provided definition for those. So what we are saying is that sale, sold and selling will have corresponding meaning as sale. So just to do away, clear out any doubts around the interpretation of sale, and it's actually made in such a manner that it also in concert with the Foodstuff and Cosmetics Disinfectant Act, because all of this legislation are within the realm of food control. Then we have designation of assignees. Now that we have introduced the auditing part, it means that you have to have an assignee that has the requisite competencies in terms of auditing of the systems, because the current ones that we have are more geared to inspection and product inspection. So it means that you have to have those kind of skills. So the bill itself makes provision that if the existing assignee does not have those requisite competencies, you may have to go out and assign an assignee that has the auditing skills in order to see to it that the claims are authenticated properly. But alongside that, what we have actually done is that there has to be the appointment or assignment of any institution or juristic person or natural person for that matter should actually be a body or an entity that is free of any conflict of interest. Hence, we say in the next slide that you don't have to have any direct or indirect personal or pecuniary interest in the product that you inspect or audit. So that also brings about one element of making provision for an assignee that has auditing skills to be appointed. On the other side is also to say that all assignees should actually be free of conflict. They should not be conflicted. And then we have the issue of determination of fees, that when fees are determined by any assignee, which is section 3, when fees are determined, the affected stakeholders ought to be brought into the fray in terms of them having a view, or even judging for themselves whether the introduced fees, be it inspection or auditing fees, are within or actually accords with the business plan that has been submitted, as well as the budget thereof. So this will certainly be something that will be brought to the attention of the executive officer, who would then share by publishing this thing in the public, in the government gazette, with the broader public and those who are affected, specifically those who have interest to certainly see and see what is coming to their way. If they feel that what you have actually introduced, there is a unsubstantiated hike in fees, they will have to demonstrate and submit their comments to the executive officer, who would then look into them and advise the assignee accordingly whether to agree with what has been proposed by them in terms of their fees, or even suggest them they actually revise them downwards. So that's what section 366 to do in terms of the insertion on transparency and determination of fees. Then we have also a section that also is a consequential change in the sense that you are now talking about the audit. Audit has to be factored in because we've been having inspection, but audit was not part of the text. Now it has been brought in so that you cater for that. And we are saying that the bringing in of auditing itself has that propensity to bring about a lowering of cost of compliance because you carry out audit on the system once. It could be once a year or once after 6 months. And then you are able to sell that product using those claims, targeting whatever niche market you have. So it would actually be something that would actually be attainable. And the benefits that are to accrue to the producer or the manufacturer of a product if he has followed such a method, and such a method is actually authenticated, will certainly be less, unlike in instances where when the product is actually being played or is actually being put for sale, you inspect it every time to see to either it is compliant. Once auditing has been given and your system are found to be compliant to the claimed method, you don't have to go through that auditing again until a certain predetermined period has expired. So in that sense, you then be lowering the cost of compliance. We also have then section 15. Section 15, I think we're still on 3A in terms of lowering costs. I think I've spoken to that. And we have section 15. Section 15 lends itself to, that is a section in the Act that allows the minister to make regulations. Because we have brought in the management control system, which has to have regulations, which would then talk to different methods of productions. Those regulations ought to be made in terms of section 15. So we have changed and consequentially brought in that provision so the minister may be able to set those regulations in terms of section 15, regulation for inspection as well as auditing fees. 10%, that would be all in terms of this this bill. I think those are the changes that have actually been brought in. In the main is the changes related to the management control system, and along with management control system, you then have to have an assignee that has the requisite skills. You then have to have the system being audited, and once the system is audited, you then have to determine the manner in which those fees are set, because not all of these assignees in their board, specifically, let's take example PPCB. PPCB, there's a board, and that board has different stakeholders represented there. But not all of these stakeholders that are part of the board are necessarily representative of the product that they inspect. Grades, for example, in some instances, not all of the grain products are necessarily having representation of the board. So those then would have to have a voice through the publication of the proposed fees by the executive officer for them to have participation outside of what has been proposed by the said board. That is just an example. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makafelo. Honourable members, are there any questions to Mr. Makafola? Please raise your hands, and I see we've been joined by the Honourable Peter de Villiers in the meantime. Honourable de Villiers, we extended a special word of welcome to you, as I believe this is your first attendance of a meeting of the Standing Committee. You're most welcome to participate, and I trust that you will enjoy your membership of this committee. I recognize the hand of the Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chair. I'm a bit worried. If this was a matter of urgency, why does it take 8 years to design an administration process? Because basically you are trying to improve the administration of a bill that already exists by making sure people don't have direct interest in what they are in any of the products, or relevant person that audits the system, and there's auditing, there's control systems, custodian of the product. These are all administrative issues which any outside firm could have done in a quarter of the time it took government to do. Why does it take so long? From 2015 to 2023 to amend sections of the Act. To me, it sounds time wasting and superfluous. Is it because we in government itself don't have competent people?
Thank you, Honourable Murray. We'll give Mr. Makafola an opportunity to respond just now. Are there any further questions from members? Mr. Makafola, just from my side, I think we all appreciate that there should be certain minimum standards. And if somebody claimed to have produced organic produce or free range, or want to use the word Karoo lamb, that there should be some control over that. I've got two questions. The first one is it possible for an industry to exercise self-control? I think, for example, the media in South Africa to a large extent is self-controlled. And the second one is you referred to the fees, and obviously when we hear about fees and food, you know, we're always careful not to increase the price of food, because as you would know better than myself, we have almost like a crisis on our hands with a large part of our population that are unable to really afford a well-balanced diet. So to what extent would there be a cap on the asking of fees for the functions of regulating and ensuring that products conform to the standards which they claim to have? Over to you, Mr. Makafelo.
Speaker, Chairman, sorry, there's one little bit I just hope he can explain to me on process followed to date. Why is it that on the 31st of March 2015 to April 2015, there were public hearings regarding the Product Standards Amendment Bill? Now, just stay with me. That was March 2015, public hearings was held. But it says August 2015, almost 6 months later, they only invited the public for comments on the Product Standards Bill. I don't know. Shouldn't it be the other way around? First invite the public and then have public hearings. Here you first have public hearings and then invite the public. I'm just a bit confused.
Thank you. And I believe Mr. Makafola would love to respond to that. Over to you, Mr. Makafola.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Murray, for your question. Let me start with the first. If you look at the process, and I'd like to apologize for having not taken through this thing, because I took it for granted that nothing will certainly be asked of the process that was followed. But let me just explain. The process was followed. There are two processes here that have actually repeated themselves. And I said that the process was followed in 2015, and the act was actually withdrawn from National Assembly. You start first by you actually, as the ministry, you would actually come up with a draft and you consult on that bill before you actually introduce it into the National Assembly, into Parliament. So the act was introduced in the National Assembly on the 28th, August 2017, and it was then withdrawn by the parliamentarians because of reasons that are beyond my knowledge. And of course, I'm not privileged to know that. But the reason that has been cited here was that was to allow the portfolio committee to conclude on business before the national elections of 2019. So that is why that actually took that long. But in terms of the other questions that linked, so that was then reintroduced again in 2020. So if I may also address the issue that you asked, the latter part of why the reverse. The other process is ourselves as the department and under the Minister of Agriculture at that time actually did some public comments, invited those comments, prepared the actual bill so that it can actually be introduced into the National Assembly. So that is the process. And the second process of public hearings is the process that is normally undertaken by portfolio committees. And of course, the very National Council of Provinces will certainly have their own public hearing on the very same bill. And of course, the other issue that you asked of issue of administration, indeed, the issue that you are raising is that of public administration. But the current legislation, if you look at Section 33 of the Constitution, of course, read with the existing act, there is partial, it addresses the issue of conflict of interest. It addresses itself that. So more than anything, the issue of flagging that there shouldn't be any interest in the product itself is part of natural justice. So it's just a question of re-accentuation of that, but it's already provided for in our own legislative framework. Chairperson, on the issue that you raised about self-control of the industry, of course, industry has every right to carry out what we call due diligence. But the government, in the interest of public, has to come and ensure that indeed those people who are selling product that ultimately are going to be consumed by consumers, there are controls that are exercised. So there's nothing indeed, even in the current setup, the industry does do their bit in terms of ensuring that before the product is actually being inspected on a mandatory basis or statutorily so, they have done their work. So there is self-control. Invariably, it has to happen. So we don't have any problem with that, but legislation exists on its own as a statutory means. Now, the issue of fees. Currently, we have products that are sold under those claims, like your organic, your free range. Whether they have been authenticated, we know that there are private certification bodies that are carrying out those certification systems as to what the charge is something that is not necessarily known. They are using international standards. Whether the international standards is adhered to, it's something that is also not known. By having a minimum standard where the fee will be set and gazetted for everyone to know, it actually provides that that kind of guarantee or security to say that this is the fee that we would actually be charged when this certification is undertaken by an assignee that has been duly appointed. Everyone gets to know the consumer will certainly be protected from misleading product, but equally, the claim, if genuinely there are people who are producing organic and those who are taking short corners, they will certainly be exposed, and the actual people who are producing things authentically will be rewarded. So I do not think, more than anything, I think it will lower the cost, but it shouldn't necessarily be equated to the fact that it will actually increase the price of product generally, because as it is now, there are certification bodies that charge us, and those are privately owned. They might actually be charging fees that are completely exorbitant, and those fees might have already found their way in the pricing model of those products that are being sold currently. So that would certainly be. And the other issue that I want to raise, the issue of Karoo lamp, it's a GI, it's a geographical indicator that is already been regulated in terms of the APS Act. That much is fine. We don't have any problem. What we are talking about are methods of production necessarily, but your GI product that are necessarily associated with a certain area of production and has certain climatic, microclimate, soil, and all of those things that taste different and all of those things. As a consequence of that, you want to accentuate and piggyback on that and say that the local community should benefit out of the sale of that product because it has certain characteristics that are different from product from other areas. So that much is actually been regulated under the APS Act. I don't know. I think that would certainly be my answer to the questions that I raised, unless there are there are follow-up questions or questions that you feel that I've not answered. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Makafola. Honourable members, are there any further questions from your side to Mr. Makafola? Mr. Makafola, thank you very much. If I may abuse your presence by just asking, you are responsible, or your title is Director, Food and Safety. We've been told by the abalone industry some 2 years ago that they are quite concerned about the health standards, for example, of the abalone that is confiscated by the police and then auctioned off, because there is no control over the can I call it the trail through which that abalone moved. To what extent will we also find more and more that other foodstuffs will also have to be certified, and that we would be able to follow the path of that food and its ingredients from the source right through to the table? Is that something that is internationally being pursued? Must we follow suit in South Africa? If you wouldn't mind, just from your experience and your position, just inform us about food safety and what the department is doing. I know I haven't given you a heads up on this, but if you would like to share something with us here in the Western Cape today, I'll give you the opportunity.
Well, food safety is a shared competence between the Department of Agriculture, Health, as well as DTI. The issue that you referred to, as far as abalone is concerned, is something that falls under DTI through their agency called National Compulsory Specification, something that Regulatory for Specification, NCR, National Regulatory for Compulsory Specifications. Yes, it's with the DTI. They are actually regulating those, and they are doing this thing alongside with the Department of Forest, Fisheries, and they are here. I forgot their name, but then
Environmental Affairs, yes.
Yes, so they would certainly be seized with that. But we do actually contribute. Remember, agriculture itself, you cannot produce. If something is produced that is going to end up being poison, it's not food. So we contribute in our own ways towards the safety of food. Your good agricultural practices are something that are adhered to by our producers throughout. And the proof of that is actually testified through the export of our product to a very stringent European market like your Germany, where we adhere to the maximum residue limits, and that our food have been judged to be compliant. We normally have the food control systems from other countries coming into the country to look into compliance of our own food control systems. So from the agricultural side, I can say that much as it's a chain that is shared, what turns out to be food on your table was once an agricultural product that has either been processed or packaged to become food, where the Department of Health comes in. So food safety would be something that can be responded to by possibly 3 agencies. But as it is, from where we are sitting as agriculture, we do not have problems with ensuring that that which ultimately becomes food has actually been taken care of in terms of ensuring that best practices are adhered to.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makafola. Honourable members, any further questions?
Just one speaker.
Yes, and while you're asking your question, perhaps Mr. Makafola, if you would be so kind to take down your presentation to make way for the next item on our agenda. Over to you, Honourable Murray.
I would just like to know from the gentleman, lots of our indigenous products like tea, for example, can fall prey to international certification. And this can actually stifle our attempts to get our products processed into the export market. What are we doing about that? If we're going to subject our products to international certification, how does it affect our own issue here regarding local auditing and certification without red tape reduction internationally?
Thank you, Mr. Makafola. This is again not part of your presentation, but we're abusing your presence, if you wouldn't mind. Akbar de Villiers. Peter de Villiers, if you could mute yourself, please. Over to you, Mr. Makafola.
Thank you very much. If I understood the question from Honorable Mare, is that how is the role of certification bodies impacting on our product, indigenous product like tea being exported? Did I capture it correctly?
Yeah, but
You're quite right. You're quite right. Yes, international certification. They have their own standards for our local products. What are we doing about that?
Okay. Thank you very much. I think part of course, let me just put as a disclaimer that international certification bodies in themselves do not necessarily have any. They could not have necessarily any detrimental impact on our marketing of product. They do actually, if ever genuinely they are compliant to international standards, which most of our local certification bodies do, because certification bodies ought to be certified. Some of them, they ought to be accredited by SANAS. And SANAS is also participating in international certification standards of some sort. So there shouldn't be any problem. However, the actual change that we've actually brought in is that we are now going to be having a direct control over certification of methods of production, in that there would be a assignee that will be dedicated to do exactly that. And that assignee would certainly be expected to have the requisite skills that are comparable to that of international certification bodies. So we're not necessarily going to be having an indigenized or localized inspection body that does not necessarily have the requisite skill that could actually stand its own test against international standards. So we would actually do that. But then in this case, you then cut out that the multiplication of the certification body in the system, in that you then have an assignee that will certainly be responsible to authenticate different claims that are associated with methods of production, which is management control system. In terms of your indigenous teas and all of this thing, there is a provision in terms, and that is what we call those are intellectual property rights. So you can actually protect them either through your geographical indication regulations that we have under this, or you can actually protect them under the Trademarks Act, or Merchandise Marks Act. So there is a protection that is given, but under the Agricultural Products Act, we do have protection. As it is now, we are seized with the Garu lamp, so that we can have it, the regulations passed, and so that everyone who produced that could actually then have that absolute guarantee. Even if we were to export to the European community, they do have confidence in the product that we actually offer. And there is no any other person who would actually benefit outside of the area that is actually going to be termed Garu in terms of marketing or passing off any product outside of those regions. So there are adequate control to take care of that.
Thank you, Mr. Makafola. And last question from my side. Wouldn't you just please explain to me the department's role in, for example, the certification of meat as halal meat or conforming to halal standards? Because I believe that it is not the department that is really doing the regulation there, but it's the religious community that does that. What is your role in that regard for food to be certified as halal?
And I'm going to restrict myself to the current situations of the applications of the Agricultural Products Act. I may not necessarily be able to speak on behalf of other acts because I don't have the knowledge here. But I'll tell you this thing. under the current circumstances, there's nothing that we do. But upon this thing, because if you look at management control system, it talks to the methods of production. So, and the halal will then come, or kosher would come up like a claim that would have to be authenticated. So accepting the fact that there are different, religious community have their right, constitutionally guaranteed, to practice their own religion without any interference. You would have to come up with a regulation that is pretty much informed by those religious community. So as it stands now, as and when the act is ascertained to, and we come up with the regulations, those regulations will have to have total participation of the affected community. So it does not necessarily in any way inconvenience their own religious practices. So as it is now, it is not necessarily a factor. It will become a factor in future once this bill goes through.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Makafola. And thank you very much for your time, for your presentation, and for your willingness to respond to questions even beyond the amendment bill. Thank you very much. You are welcome to exit this meeting if you should so wish. Honourable members, our next step, and we will get to that later on in our agenda this afternoon, is to decide on the public participation process that we believe is appropriate to be followed. So then we will discuss that under point 5 of our agenda. I have just seen a message from the Honourable Marais that also asked to be excused. As you know, he is normally here for the agricultural leg of our work. And I believe that the Honourable Peter de Villiers and his party is being represented when it comes to environmental affairs. So thank you again. I believe our guest is due to exit this meeting. And we will now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a briefing by the National Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment on the National Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill. And the presenter, I believe, Mr. Ndo, you were there, but I think you indicated that there is somebody else that will be presenting. If you could just hand over, and if we can have the presentation on the screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Smith will lead us in the presentation.
Over to you, Mr. Smith.
Good day, honourable members, colleagues from the department. Chair, I just want to check with you, whether you can see I've projected the presentation on the screen. Is it visible?
Success. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Honourable members, I will talk about the National Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill B24B of 2021. Just got stuck here. In terms of the presentation, the outline, there's quite a number of acronyms that we use in these presentations, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'm just going to highlight some of them that we will be may use, but I'll try as far as possible not to use acronyms. Do a short introduction, look at the problem statement, look at the objectives of why we introduce this bill, and then bring the key areas. This is the meat of the presentation. After we showed the process that was followed, and then we table the proposed amendments and just indicate which stakeholders were consulted and make some closing remarks. The list of acronyms is running in a couple of pages, but the critical one there will be the FPA, the Fire Protection Association, the NCOP, National Council of Province, National Assembly, and the NDMC, National Disaster Management Center. On the next slide is the critical one will be the NVFFA, which is referred to the National Veld and Forest Act, which is referred to as the primary act. And then the PCFFE, Portfolio Committee on Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, and sometimes loosely in presentations we call the PC, Portfolio Committee. Chair and honourable members, the purpose of this briefing is to obviously to the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environment Affairs and Development Planning in the province, as in this briefing is on the National Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill. There is a Principal Act in place, and this Principal Act was promulgated in 1998 and was amended twice in 2001 and in 2005. The aim of this Principal Act is to prevent and combat veld, forest and mountain fires throughout South Africa. Just to brief you here, this is all fires outside the urban interface in the urban edge. Furthermore, the aim of this Act is obviously to have mitigation measures in place by establishing of a variety of institutions, methods and practices. Institutions will be your fire protection associations. Method is by giving danger ratings, and practices, for example, is by making fire breaks to prevent fires. After the previous amendments, it became clear that, especially through court cases and in discussions with colleagues, is that there's challenges in the interpretation of some of the clauses in the Principal Act, and it leads to implementation challenges. And also a problem statement was that they said there's not adequate cooperative governance arrangements. And one of the most critical ones is there was actually no, in the current Principal Act, there is no provision for any appeal. So any administrative action that the department takes through the minister was not appealable. So the objective of this bill then is to improve the administration of the Act. We have to deal with a couple of technical enhancements and align the legislation to the post-1996 constitutional framework. And at the end is that we have to make sure that the Act remains responsive and relevant in the field of combating and preventing veld fires. Maybe just for the committee is that we in South Africa, we're unique. We call it veld fires. Internationally, it's called wildfires. And when we look at Canada currently is having severe fires, they call it wildfires. I'm just going to go through very briefly through the process that was followed for the third amendment. And I'm not going to go through each point bullet by bullet, but the process started off in 2015. We had consultations. Went in 2017, we went to Parliament when we were still housed in the Ministry of Agriculture, for Forestry and Fisheries. It was then presented to the committee there late 2017. Public hearings were held, but at the end, it was then recommended that the bill will need to be withdrawn, and we have to restart the consultation process. That was end of 2017. Following that, in 2018, another consultation kicked off, and by the end of 2018, the Office of the Chief Law Advisor gave a pre-specification for the bill to proceed. And then, as you all can recall, that we had in 2020, we had COVID run into 2021, but we started the process again in 2021. It went through the presidency. It went to Parliament. Parliament referred it to the Portfolio Committee towards the end of October 2021. And then the Portfolio Committee in the year of 2022 started with its public consultation. It went into all the 9 provinces and at sessions about 3 days. It's a 3-day hearing per province. And the table below just gives us an indication of the places that was visited, or the provinces that were visited during the period May to October. In the Western Cape, about 468 attendees to these hearings, and the hearings were held in Klapmuts, Houston, and in George. What came out of these public hearings that is being driven by the Portfolio Committee? There was overwhelming support for the bill, and numerous issues were raised from the floor, and the issues raised range from pure veld fire issues and also service delivery issues, and those two were separated, and other government departments and obviously had to come back to the portfolio committee and address those issues that was not forest and veld fire related. The portfolio committee then debated a report that was submitted to it on end of November. It adopted it in January this year. It went to the National Assembly, where it was also adopted in 20 February, and the bill was then referred to the NCOP. And the NCOP, the bill was presented to the NCOP on 14 March, and this meeting or this briefing we had today is a result of that last point. If one go to the detail of the amendments, we start off by looking at the interpretations under Section 2 of the Act, which we called Act 101 of the short NVFFA, Act 101 of 98. And first of all, we insert a new definition, and the definition is fire in the open. There was no definition in the open. So what happened and I think in the Western Cape, we've got a fire season just passed. And when it's a very rare day, one or two things you prohibit to make fire, or the fire brigade can put a fire prohibition out. But that will not allow you to make any fire anywhere. But one has to be practical in terms of fires. And we then, in the consultation process, said we need to bring in a definition fire in the open. And so we can still use fire, for example, for cooking purposes, for religious purposes, and the like. So fire in the open basically then is, with all those words there, is that it must be in a designated area. It must be protected against wind and also be protected against spreading. And it must be maintained by the owner. This, by bringing in this definition, it clarifies the term and make enforcement much easier. Also under interpretations, Section 2 of the Act, we define the municipality. The municipality was defined in the Act, but we broaden it to align with other relative legislation. And the municipality now means a municipality as referred in Section 2 of the Local Government Municipal System Act. So that is the strengthening that definition. And then also added to the definitions is public entity. And that is a public entity means a public entity defined in Section 1 of the Public Finance Management Act. And that is, and I'll touch on it again, and that's gonna later on clearly spell out the role what they've got in terms of this act. Another interpretation is that the Principal Act referred to the Act or this Act, which means the National Veld and Forest Fire Act 1998. It's now being changed to the Act or this Act that will here, once adopted, be called the National Veld Fire Act. And I will, under definitions, will then say why we do that. And how we're doing it is we're actually defining a veld fire in the next slide. But before I'm getting there, is that also on the interpretations, there is currently no definition for traditional council. So that was also brought in, and that is referred to as defined in the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. So that strengthened that part of the definition. And the definition, there was no definition of Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. So that was also then brought into the Act. So when there's reference made to this Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, it is defined under interpretation. And the last one is that we strengthen the definition of veld fire. In the beginning, when I start off my presentation, I said this veld fires is veld, mountain, and forest fires. And that led to when you come to litigation, a person having agricultural land can say, I'm not covered. I'm not a veld, I'm not forest, and I'm not mountain. So what the definition now saying is make it much clearer is that it's any vegetation where fire that occurs outside the city, town, is adjacent industrial or residential area, including vegetation along the rural-urban edge. So that make it clear that it's all vegetation outside the urban area. And the critical one is, which is also added, is the rural urban fringe, or what we call in layman's term, the wildland interface. And that is an example of a wildland interface is maybe in Knysna, where we had the fires from the mountain, and when just before it moved into town, it met up with the urban interface. And that is becoming more and more in the integrated fire management in the arena, a very difficult area to fight fires with. But now we're clearly defining the veld fire is inclusive of all vegetation types, and we remove that ambiguity. The next amendments came in Section 3 of the Act that's dealing with Fire Protection Association. And the Fire Protection Association, just before I go to Fire Protection Association, is that the current Act, the National Veld Forest Fire Act, or the Provincial Act, is applicable to all landowners outside the urban edge. However, the minister can, landowners can get together and form a fire protection association to perform the duties on the Act on preventing and combating the veld fires. And these associations are well resourced, sharing resources, and it assists in combating veld fires, doing advocacy work and the like. So this play a very critical role in the execution of this Act, and is regulated by the minister. The minister, the Fire Protection Association must be registered by the minister. They must annually report back to the minister. But what's currently happening is that the formation can only be done by landowners, and there's two critical players that's excluded from this, and we're bringing them in to make sure that they also got their roles and responsibility clearly defined. So now a municipality under the amendment can also form a fire protection association. But also in terms of the Additional Leadership Act, the additional leader can also form a fire protection association, if the minister's opinion, obviously, that such a fire protection association is required. Currently, there's over 217 fire protection associations, and they are basically wall to wall in the country. But this gives us an extra leg, an extra ammunition to prevent and fight fires or veld fires. In terms of Section 4 of the Provincial Act, what we find is that to be compliant, there's a bill, and I mentioned this, is applicable to all landowners outside the urban edge, and it's also applicable to state land owners. If you're owner of a state land or use state land, you must belong to an FPA. And in some instances, people try to avoid their responsibility. And what the strengthening of this compliance enforcement then what brought about is that we add a state enterprise. The owner can also be referred to as a state-owned enterprise, public entity, or organ of state. So they must now, within 1 year, belong to an FPA. In the past, they can, and they try to, maybe, depending on which part of the country, try to avoid that responsibility. Now it is compulsory within 1 year, they will have to join a fire protection association. The next section is amendment to Section 10.2, communication of the fire danger rating. Just in short is that it's not applicable now in the Western Cape, but during the summer months, well, we will see that on the TV, there's the Western Cape will be red up to the Northern Cape, and that is being done by the weather services, saying it's a red day is extremely high. Now, when that extremely high situation, you cannot make a fire, and I touch on open fires earlier on, where we said in a designated area, it can be done. And we had a situation actually in the Western Cape, in Stellenbosch to be exact, where for traditional leaders, the traditional leaders wanted to make, for initiation purposes, want to make fires under the red days and under times that they were unable to make fires. And it was quite a legal wrangle. I think it was eventually resolved in the court. But that amendment now make provision for is that if the fire danger rating is high, if it's hot, windy, berg winds, the minister can give exception for landowners to make fires, but it is subject obviously to conditions the minister may impose, and the minister will need to consult with the Fire Protection Association. So this will give for religious purposes, but also for conservation agencies. What we call block burns, sometimes it's just, and it happens quite often in the Kruger, ideal situation, warm, hot, there's no strong wind, and we just need to have a massive block burn to cure the veld. And if the danger rating is high, you cannot do it. But this will give the landowner, obviously following due process, that ability to do it. For example, you want to burn in the Free State, you want to burn the Bankrot bosses, you can also then do that. This is being made provision. And this is part of making the Act relevant and responsive. Amendment 11 of the Act is also then amended. Currently, the South African Weather Bureau is being referred to in the Principal Act. It's now the Weather Services. So we just need to make sure that it's also then aligned with a new terminology in that regard. And then under Section 26 is the enforcement. There's a gap, because I remember I mentioned, I talk about traditional leaders can form fire protection associations, and they've got the fire protection associations. They can enforce the Act, but they are not captured under the legislation current form. So what the only persons that can enforce the Act currently is a forest officer and a police officer. That's the only people that can enforce it. However, under the new amendment, we bring in a peace officer, and we also bring in traditional leaders that have the powers to enforce the Act. I must just pause here by saying is the department will provide accredited training so that the peace officers and the traditional leaders, if they elect to do so, will be trained, fully trained, and will obviously have the necessary identity cards, because the powers inferred on a fire protection officer, the traditional leader, if competent, they can enforce Section 27, 28, and 29 of the Act. That is related to fires, I must say, that and under 20 Section 27, you have power to enter and search. As a big fire out there, and you have to enter a building, you can't have a first negotiation and a workshop. You have to enter and you have to search. They need to do. They have the power to do that, so you can mitigate the risk. And also, you have got, under Section 28, you've got the power to seize, and that is all in terms of mitigation and to protect life. And then, obviously, under Section 9 in the same Act, the Principal Act, you mustn't have the powers to also to arrest if so need be. But that training will be given by the department, and the department just done similar training last year. And then lastly, under the amendments is the appeal. There's now provision being made to appeal decisions taken by the minister or the officials that has been delegated to enforce that Act. And under the appeal provision, is stipulated in the Act, but the regulations, once the Act is being promulgated, the regulations will then spell out the who, the why, and the how it will be done. And as earlier mentioned, is that the Act will now be referred to as the National Veldfire Act, because we sought out the definition. And in so doing, I think it will actually make your life for us much easier, because I'm one of many people that cannot remember that National Veld and Forest Fire Act. So just lastly, almost lastly, is that in this process of going through the amendments, I just want to indicate that the stakeholders that made input, that was consulted over and above the communities in these amendments, and the list is quite extensive. And I must say is that people are quite interested and quite keen when you raise the matter of fire, and it's quite good, valuable input coming from the stakeholders. So in conclusion, Chair, is I've tabled the proposed amendments, and if one look at the amendments, it is clear that it's aligning to the Constitution. We address the Municipal Act, we address coalition leaders, we bring them into this Act. We will improve the administration of the Act by some of the definitions which we table. And the technicalities will also enhance fires in the open. We can make block burn for environmental reasons when the fire danger rating is high. And the bill remain responsive, because we do that. And I just last point of block burns, environmental burns, it gives you that flexibility. The bill is responsive and relevant to the field of combating and preventing veld fires. Chair, I thank you on behalf of our DDG, Ms. Pumeza and Doda, and I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. Honourable members, there's an opportunity to now present questions for clarity. Perhaps, Mr. Smith, in the meantime, you can take down your presentation unless members want to refer to specific slides. Honourable members, over to you. I do not. There's a hand. Any other further people that would like to indicate questions at this stage? Over to you, Honourable Maran.
Thanks, Chairperson. Am I loud and clear?
Loud and clear, and it seems as if your connection is stable now.
Thanks, Chair. First, let me welcome the presentation by the National Department. Chair, I just want to check, because most of the amendments refers to the traditional leaders in the Khoisan specifically. It was also said that there was a round of public participation processes in 2022 targeted 3 specific areas, and there was basically overwhelming support. These new amendments, Chair, does it came out of that particular public participation process where Khoisan and traditional leaders maybe have indicated that their needs are not captured within this Act? That's my question, where it came from, that public participation process, and that's why it's coming back, and I'm not sure whether it will follow the same process of our public participation process for these amendments. I just want to check, Chair, that first round of public participation, 3 in the Western Cape, and also in other areas, whether these new amendments comes out of that particular process that was followed. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Maran, and you can then lower your hand. Mr. Smith, before you respond, can I just ask, you referred to municipalities in terms of, I think it was the Structures Act. Now, as far as I know, we have 2 kinds of municipalities. We have what is generally known as our district municipalities, and then we also have what is generally known as the local municipalities. Now, I do know, for example, that both these entities, for example, also have the mandate to fight fires. And quite often there's an agreement between these municipalities that the district municipality would concentrate on what in future would probably be called veld fires, natural vegetation, and that structural fires are dealt with by the local municipality. Now, when you refer to municipality in this bill, which of these two municipalities do you refer to? And remember, they both serve the same areas, except that normally a number of local municipalities are grouped together. I won't say under, because it's not hierarchical. It's but the district municipality focus on, say, for example, bulk services, and will in that respect serve a number of the local municipalities. If you could just give us some indication or clarity as to which of these municipalities are you intending, and wouldn't it, if you address both of them, wouldn't it then perhaps be a cause of confusion? Over to you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Chair. This is the response to Mr. Marin's questions with the reference to the traditional leaders. We had consultations in, I think the first consultation was 2015, 16, and the role of traditional leaders were highlighted, and it was subsequently also highlighted in the 2018 consultations, and then it found its way into the amendments. So when the portfolio committee went out now in between May and October last year, that was presented to the stakeholders, and there was input received and issues raised. But in general, it was accepted that it's a good amendment. Of course, and I'm just looking at the Nkanyama Trust sitting with 3 million hectares of land, and other traditional leaders also sitting with millions of hectares of land, and you don't have an FPA there, and you've got numerous landowners there. It's not always organized to fight fire. So the bringing in of traditional leaders is not something that came in with the last consultations, but it's been coming now since the 2 previous consultations. In terms of the questions of the chair is the municipalities and the Municipal and Structure Act obviously gives the district municipal the mandate for fire services, and they can then obviously delegate it down to the local municipality. And I must say, if one look at the fire set up in the Western Cape, is actually quite well defined, the role of the district municipality and the local municipality and how they interact with the FPAs. But first of all is that whether it's district or local municipality, is that they're responsible for all fires in their area. And this act basically is only looking after the landowners to make sure that it doesn't spread from it. Some parts of the country, we have different interpretations of whose role is what, and we just basically get clarity on that now in the department. But if one look at the local municipality, and I'd like to example that they're looking, it's almost like looking at after structural fires in the district, looking after the veld. But in essence is that if it's a local municipality, now that arrangement is between the local and the district, but the local municipality where the function has been delegated to it must obviously ensure that it's got a service, and that service is there for all of its citizens. Where it becomes, I think it's always better to have it at the local level, is when you got your local municipality belong to a FPA, then they in their particular area have their own unique circumstances, and they will know what's happening in their circumstances when they want to enforce the act. Sometimes to belong to a district, you have different nuances because the areas are quite big. So in response to the question is that district got a role to play, it must delegate, and sometimes it keeps onto the fire services delegation that will provide it for the district. But I believe in the Western Cape, most of them has been delegated to a local level. I'll just stop there, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Honourable members, any further questions regarding the amendment bill? I recognize the hand of Honourable Maran.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks very much for the response. Chair, yeah, just on the issue of fire breaks and block burns, Is there specific processes that needs to be followed? And if is those processes clearly outlined within this bill?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I don't see any other hands. Over to you then.
Chair, in terms of fire breaks, what the Act basically says, it's not prescriptive, but it's compulsory to have a fire break around your area. And it basically states that the fire break must just be wide enough and long enough to have a reasonable chance of preventing field fire from spreading from a neighboring land. That is basically what the Act says, and it obviously mustn't cause soil erosion, and that area must be free of inflammable material. And on the subject of fire breaks, a road can be a fire break. So you can burn a fire break, you can have a dam as a fire break, a river. So to be prescriptive, in lots of instances, people ask me whether it's 5 meters or 10 meters, and it's area specific. And I always refer, if there's a need for a fire break, is there's a talk and engage with the local fire brigade services, engage with your local FPA, because the FPA is more in the rural area, and they will know the predominant wind direction, the risk, and based on that, they will then make a fire break. But there's also something that we tend to overlook with fire breaks. One can also ask for an exemption. Excuse me, can I continue?
I think, Mr. Smith, there are just some people that are unmuted that need to mute themselves before you can continue. I believe some participants have just joined.
Okay. Can I continue, sir?
Yeah, sound is back. Yeah. Thank you.
So fire break is actually a requirement of the Act. It's actually one of the few compulsory items. But ever to be responsive, there's also, you can also ask for the exemption of a fire break, and you apply to the minister, and obviously will be inspection in local. And maybe a good example is that's outside George, next to Obai. You've got all these estates coming up outside your town, so they're basically in the field. And it's, if you have got 200 houses or 550 houses, you can't have a fire break around each of them. So in that instance, you ask for a fire break exemption, and you make one fire break around the property or inside the property, and you use your roads as fire breaks. The fire break is compulsory, but you can get the exemption, and it's a process that one have to follow. In terms of block burns, or sometimes called environmental burns, and it's basically predominantly done by either the farmers or the environmental agencies. I can't recall seeing one in Cape Town for some time now. But that is basically then built into the fire management plan of the entities. Although I now say I don't remember, I remember in the Knysna George area, where they need to protect the proteas, which will need fire certain proteas for certain years. And if there was no fire going through it, say after 15 years, then they will then apply for a permit. So it's part of the environmental plan of that entity, of the landowner. And then if they make a fire, want to make a block burn, they inform, first of all, you have to inform your neighbors. That's under the Act. And preferably also inform your fire protection association and your local fire brigade that we don't have, you make a fire and everybody rushing out and put your fire out, and you're actually doing it for environmental purposes. So in terms of those block burns, fire breaks, there is a process that one has to go through. It's described in the Act. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, we do experience in the Western Cape particularly that certain vegetation is prone to fires, or actually causes fires to burn a lot hotter. And I'm referring here to blue gum trees, pine trees, etc., which often add a lot of biomass. These are also alien vegetation to the Western Cape. And my question is, is there any restriction or prescriptions in this legislation, even if it's the main act that we're now trying to amend, that puts the onus on the owners of land to, for example, remove such vegetation, or to ensure that there is enough of a fire break around such vegetation. And we have seen a number of fires. You referred now to, for example, some of the golf estates. I think some of the members and some of those following this meeting would recall the huge fires in the vicinity of Botterfield, Kleinmond, which threatened some of those golf estates as well. And there's a lot of these alien trees on some of those surrounding pieces of land. What are the obligations on landowners in that regard, and is this being addressed in the legislation? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The specific legislation in front of us does not deal with the alien invasions, but under your NEMA Act, you've got where the list is category 1, category 2, and category 3, and our species which is totally taboo, which need to be managed and the like, and if need be, we can arrange for a presentation on that. That's the one part, and the second part is that the department is actively, obviously, pursuing the removal of these trees, so they're working on water program. But the act as it currently stands, I think it's in terms of those species that's highly flammable, like you mentioned, the blue gum and the pine. It is not referring anything to them, except to say when you make a fire break, it must be wide enough, as mentioned, long enough, and be free of flammable materials. But the pine trees and the gum trees are being dealt with other legislation in the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and I recognize the hand of Mr. Ndu. Mr. Ndu, you know that your department, to the best of my knowledge, is providing some funding to the Western Cape to assist us in eradicating alien vegetation. And I do hope you're going to inform us now that that budget will be increased significantly, because we are losing the battle. Over to you, Mr. Ndu.
Thank you very much. I wanted to bring another dimension to the discussion, considering that we as the department as well, in the Western Cape in particular, and obviously in many other parts of the country, we own vast tracts of land that is under plantation. And in those plantations, you'll get a combination of trees that are pine and others are blue gums, or we call them eucalypts. So it is our competency that is also prescribed in the Act, not necessarily this Act, another Act which is called the National Forest Act, to manage those in a sustainable manner. So in all the areas where we exist, we also exist as landowners. And the same applies in the Western Cape, everywhere, in Grabouw, Kleekstraal, everywhere, Southern Cape. All the plantations that we manage there, we manage them as landowners. And I'm using the word landowners in inverted commas because the land there is predominantly public works, but under the jurisdiction of our minister. So we manage those in a responsible manner and make sure that when it's fire season, we prepare our fire breaks, and they are wide enough as prescribed in this Act that says any landowner on his land, fire may start, has an obligation to make sure that there is a free fire break. So in most of the areas that we are managing, we do that, exactly that. We lead by example. And you made mention of the Kleinmond fire that started, I think it was last year. And then I can hasten to say that it started from our land. And then it jumped a fire break that we made. A fire break is a mechanism to stop fires, but not when you have got big winds that are a common occurrence in some parts of the Western Cape. They can jump even a very big fire break. But it helps to be a member of a fire protection association and to make sure that you do you prepare your fire breaks, because you are then not liable for negligence if you have done these fire breaks. That is one advantage of being a member of the Fire Protection Association and being responsible in terms of making one's fire breaks. I thought I should just add from that angle. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr.
As for the budget for fire, well, Lord, okay. Now, what we are doing in the, I don't know if you are referring to the working. We had a program called where we do fuel load reduction. We're using EPWP. And that program, what happened is that it is now embedded in our working on fire contract, which we have with a company called Kishugu. So we also do fuel load reduction, mainly in our plantations and also in some private or owned farms. So we do have a contract that deals specifically with fuel load reduction, and then we also support what we call through aerial support in some areas, but specifically in areas in vulnerable communities and also in our plantations. So that has been realized in the form of a working on fire program that we are currently running in the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Maran.
Thanks very much. My question, Chair, regarding block burns and fire breaks. Chair, just wanted to establish whether the environment, Chair, if there's possible endangered species in that particular area, whether that will be taken into consideration. That was basically specifically why I've asked that particular question. Then, Chair, I just want to check those who are on state land and your public entities, Chair, who have to join fire protection associations 1 year after the commencement of this act. Failure to that, Chair, what does the action, what will happen, Chair, when a body or a person on state land fail to register with the Fire Protection Association? Then, Chair, let me ask also a second one. The fires for religious purposes, Chair, on private land, and the process that the landowner have to follow. That particular process, if, Chair, for instance, initiation process on a land that belongs to another person, and that person have to apply, and there's a fire that breaks out, huge fire, the owner still remains responsible or liable. Just wanted to check with that because he's actually the one that will apply. And then lastly, Chair, enforcement of the act, your police, but also now includes your peace officers and traditional leaders. I just wanted to check, Chair, in terms of arrests, because there might be, in some cases, that there's a need for arrest, and we know that the police can arrest traditional leaders. How will they go about it if there's a need for arrest? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Maran. And over to you, Mr. Smith or Mr. Ndo.
I'll take it and ask Mr. Ndo to add if necessary. I think just in terms of environmental reasons, and most of these block burns can either be in agricultural land or it can be initiated by environmental agencies, Cape Nature, for example, in Cape Town, sandparks in other provinces. So they do take care and take note of the veld conditions and whether there's a need for a block burn or environmental burn. So there's care that being taken by the landowner. The next question is What happens if the state land and the state-owned enterprise don't join? There's penalties. One can then go to the section 24 on penalties and section 5 of offences, and it may be if it's a first category offence, the state-owned enterprise or the owner of the land or the user of the land can face a jail terms. Currently, I think for the first offence is a jail term and possibly also a fine. So that is being made provision under the Act. For religious purposes, and I mentioned we had a situation in Stellenbosch where there was an application made and it was actually declined by the municipality due to environmental reasons and the risk. And although there was quite the municipality and the tradition leaders put quite a good plan on the table, the Act did not allow for it to happen. Under the amendment, it can happen. So when you go that route and you apply, and then one have to make sure that somebody will have to look at the fire, maintain the fire, make sure there's equipment, make sure there's trained people around to manage the fire. So there will be a process, and that's where you bring your fire protection association in with the technical expertise of fire, so they can fire, for example, in the middle of February, when you've got basically February, March, you've got our strongest winds. It's not a good time to make a fire. And I think Mr. Ndau mentioned that the fires jumped from our plantations into Port River. And I've seen fire breaks that's 50 meters long on a very bad day. It don't help. Also experienced that a fire can spot up to 2 kilometers. So you sit here and the fireball will fly more than 2 kilometers later. So that is the extremes that can happen. But in case of when the Act is promulgated and we then allow for traditional practices, or we allow for burn in high conditions, we just have to make sure that all precautions are being taken. And if all precautions are taken, I think then the court will be quite lenient. But if you do it without taking precautions, or you take it and you make a fire break, so you make a block burn and you don't belong to an FPA, which I haven't mentioned, is that in terms of this Act, you presume negligence. Section 34, presumption of negligence, and then you as a landowner have to go to court to prove that you weren't negligence. So the Act is actually quite strong on that one. But at the end is always advise people is, if you want to plan a fire, get your fire protection association in, get correct equipment, make sure that people are trained, have all the paperwork in place, because if it goes to court and fires do go to court, I must tell the honourable members, there's lots of court cases pending, even against quite a number of landowners. It takes quite some time to get the cases through court. It takes years, but eventually justice prevails. And so, but just make sure that if you train people, for example, for firefighting, you got it on record. If you buy the equipment, keep the slip, because it may be required in the future. Because what the Act is actually trying to achieve is more as a prevention of fire, and then to prevent the fire from spreading from your land. And while you're waiting while you're containing the fire, obviously in your land, you're waiting for your local municipality with the big horsepower to come in and put out the fire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Honourable members, please indicate before we allow Mr. Smith and Mr. Ndou to exit from this meeting if you've got any further questions at this stage. Again, thank you very much then to Mr. Smith and Mr. Ndou. We will later during this meeting discuss the public participation process that we will embark on. But we want to say thank you very much for the work that you're doing. Legislation is extremely important. It's probably one of the most important aspects of our work and that of yours. And therefore we really appreciate you coming to brief us in this meeting. And be assured that from the Western Cape point, we will do everything in our power not to delay the process of the NCOP in considering this piece of legislation. Thank you very much, and you are welcome to exit from this meeting should you so wish. Our next item, must I ever say, I believe is going to be a very interesting one, and that is from the National Department of Water and Sanitation on the progress on the construction work of the Clan William Dam, and then obviously also the water rights of the additional water reserves that we hope to have. And as you know, our dams have been in the news over the last few days. So feel free to exit, but you're also welcome to remain on. I believe the Department of Water's presentation will be a very highly informative one. And with that, I want to say thank you very much to the Department of Water and Sanitation for joining us. We really appreciate the fact that you put time aside and that you accepted our invitation to come and brief us. This committee is the Committee for Agriculture and Environmental Affairs. I do know that water and dams go beyond just agriculture and the environment. It also affects our human settlements, our towns, our cities. But particularly from the agricultural view, we have some dams in the Western Cape which we heavily rely on for irrigation purposes. It transforms what some would call a semi-desert or arid area into some of the most productive land that we have in this country, and it's all due to water. I see you also still use the slogan "Water is life," and therefore we really appreciate you being here to inform us about the latest developments in this regard. I do know that Mr. Manus was to do the presentation. Sir, can I hand over to you?
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, all the colleagues. I am accompanied by some other colleagues in the meeting as well from the department. Amongst them, I saw the DDG regulation is here, as well as the provincial head, Ms. Zanele Mpila, and together with her team. I do presume that some of them will, I won't do the entire presentation by myself, that some of them will come and assist because it's quite a lengthy presentation. I'm taking responsibility in the department for infrastructure management, and therefore the first part of the presentation, which is about the Glen William Dam, will be within my responsibility, and hence then the part that I will do going into the presentation. Chairperson and colleagues in the meeting, I think that going to the second slide, Odette, will be, Odette is driving it there from the Western Cape, so it is a national presentation. I'm sitting in Pretoria in a car park, and she's, so we are trying to do this as quite as a team effort. The presentation will cover the progress at the Glen William Dam, and then also the water allocations part, and then the long-term plans for the Western Cape water supply security, and then as well as the allocation of the water failing sustainably in the Western Cape, as well as in the Western Cape dam levels. Can we go to the next slide? And the next one then. In terms of the Glen William project, colleagues, this has been, I don't want to use the word hot potato, but it was a project that was delayed for longer than what it was supposed to be. But as we go a little bit further backwards, it's that the first part of this dam was actually just a barrage, which means it was just a weir with a little bit of storage capacity, which was not that much, but it sustained 8,500 hectares of irrigation. That was way back in 1923. The dam, as we know it, was then commissioned. The first version of the dam was then commissioned in in 1935, and then again increased with the radial gates on top of it in 1966, which gave it then the storage capacity to sustain 15,000 hectares. And now we are raising it with another 13 meters to basically increase it from 128 million cubic meters to 344 cubic meters. And if you just take it but it's just 13 meters, and why are we getting such a lot of additional water? It's basically that the higher you go, the bigger the surface. And if you do that simplistic volumetric calculation, then it's that where you actually get in this large improvement. So there was another element to the dam's raising, and that was that it also there was a concern regarding the cables that is inside of the structure, that it might not be able to sustain the stresses and strains of the structure for such a long extended period. Hence the reason also then to basically build a wall next to the existing wall as we go higher. And then by that matter, we will then also address the safety aspects that is linked to the dam safety component of the dam as we go along. In terms of the next slide, if you go further on, you will then also notice that we have the implementation model that is quite focused within the department. So, like for instance, the majority of the dam has been designed by the internal engineering staff of the department. This project itself has been done as such, and we, for the sake of just a double check, we've also appointed external service provider just to do the supervision at the site, the construction site, and to see that the contractor is building the dam exactly according to the design. And then the dam safety legislation require us also to appoint an approved professional person that will be able to also do the execution management of this project, and that has been done, and those people are in place. And then additional project management capacity is currently being recruited, and I hope that we have attracted very good people. The advert is unfortunately closed at this point in time, but it's not only one person. Even though we have two positions that has been advertised, we believe that we will grow this PMU as we go along to ensure that as the project increases, that we'll have a massive multifaceted approach to the project, where we will have competent people taking responsibility for the project management. We also appointed our own construction unit, the internal construction unit, to build this dam, and the site establishment was completed. And at that stage, there was a decision in the department to change the implementation model, and which led to a little bit of not a little bit of quite a dramatic delay. But decisions have been taken, including the current minister, who stated that the construction unit will continue, and that's what they are currently busy doing. We also have decided as a means, because of some cause of the delay as well has been due to procurement, because everybody believes that if you work in government, and then you must be corrupt. So they tighten the screws, but corruption happens in spite of all the screws that has been in place. So it just meant that we have to be more effective and accountable. And the department has taken a stance of zero tolerance towards corruption. And I'm very glad to say that it has been, and to also be witness to it, that it's been quite effective. But we have to take a step further, because of the fact is that procurement is one of the most important things in a large project. So if you don't get it right, you can be heavily delayed every time when you have a procurement activity. And that's the reason why we have really searched our existing legislation to see what we can do and how we can do it better. And we found that framework management agreements have been found to be one of the aspects that will help us to be more effective. And we're getting that in place, and that will help us to go forward. The next slide speaks about the project finance. We have applied to the budget facility at National Treasury, and we've been given 100% allocation for this dam, which means that government is basically paying for, national government is paying for the the full project, which will then not be included in the capital recovery of the agricultural users that will benefit of this project downstream, but is covered from the fiscus to the tune of 3.9 billion over a period of 5 financial years that this project will be in continuation. To date, we've already spent a little bit more than $1 billion, but this includes expropriation of property around the dam, which was to the tune of about $250 million, and also the realignment of the N7. For those who have been traveling down the road to Namakwa or Vredendal, you've noticed that there's quite a beautiful road which was built to actually realign the road away from the full supply level and the flood line. Other key matters, we have 264 properties that were affected by this, and we have expropriated all of them. There are 5 counterclaims and 1 legal issue that we are currently dealing with. The one aspect that is quite a thorny issue is that there is an independent power producer just downstream of the dam, which generated private electricity and sold it to the town of Clanwilliam or the municipality. That hydroelectricity plant is now in the way of the new construction, and evacuation orders are being dealt with by the state law advisor. Even though the realignment of the N7 was completed, we have a little bit of an unsafe entry to the site from the N7, and that has to be redone as per the provincial government of Western Cape, the roads department, and we are doing that additional work now. But then there's another aspect that all the outlet, the pipe specials that we use for the outlet works of this dam is also being manufactured by the department's own manufacturing plant in Jan Kemdorp, where we are bending steel according to the shape of the outlet and the pipes required. And up to date, we have completed 117 of these special cans or pipes out of the 388 that needs to be done. And we have increased the workforce to 118 since we started restarted the project recently. The next slide just gives you understanding that we take cognizance of the fact that there is quite a huge impact when the dam spills during the wet season in the Western Cape. The Clanwilliam Dam doesn't have that big of a catchment versus the hydrographs that is normally expected to come through the dam basin. And for that reason, we will work in cyclic patterns between wet and a dry season. And just to give you understanding to the left picture, that there, when you stand on top of the dam wall and you look downstream, what is on your right-hand side is the right bank, and what is on your left-hand side is the left bank, and then the middle at the bottom is the apron. So certain of the work can be done on the apron during the dry season when the dam is not spilling. And when the dam is spilling, the work will shift to the banks. Now, on your right-hand side, you will find just a schematic in terms of what will be done. And if you will notice that there's no more gates on top of the dam. So those little openings that you will see on the existing dam through which the water is flowing, those are radial gates, and those gates will now be removed. It's a move that the department has been adopting since 2005 when Prof. Oosthuizen guided us to say that as part of the international conference on large dams, that it's not a good idea to have radial gates on top of a dam, which means that you're controlling the spillway. Because what has happened in America, in the United States of America, they had a couple of dam failures, and all of them were mechanically related in terms of these radial gates that's on top of the dams. Ever since, we have been raising dams, and we've successfully raised the dam in Hazelmere, also removing the radial gates and with a similar uncontrolled spillway. And we will do similar now at Clanwilliam as well, as you can see on your right-hand side. Those blue lines that you see there, those would be the pipe works that we are talking about that is currently being manufactured at the facility in Jan Kemdorp. In the next slide, we'll talk about what we will do in the dry season or what we were busy with. As you can see on the pictures that we were already busy there. Unfortunately, when you raise a dam the way that we are doing it now, you have to go down before you can go up. and which means that you have to ensure your foundations are stable and good, and that's what we have to do over the next year. Now, the colleagues started working on that, doing the curtain drilling and the surface preparation. As you can see that the shock breakers have been removed from the existing dam wall on the one side, because that's the part of the surface preparation work. And we had to procure additional additives and cement products, obviously, but all of this could only be finalized once you've done all your testing, and the testing is underway. So the concrete work obviously would follow and would be ready at the later stage. We are looking at August for the concrete testing to be completed. However, as we all know by now, that you've all seen the pictures, and people have also perhaps a little bit incorrectly stated that the site office had completely washed away at Glen-William. That is not completely correct, because the site office is actually well above the full supply level or the flood level, up on the left bank. But what was at the bottom was a container site that the foreman would use, who was busy at doing the site preparatory work on the apron, and we would also store drill cores and other samples being taken from the dam in that container storeroom that was there. But luckily, the colleagues have noticed that the water levels are rising quite fast, so they removed all the valuables. So what we have washed away was basically containers, but the site office is still very much there. And obviously, we need to assess after the flood conditions how much rework must be done on the surface work that was done on the apron as we go along. The next slide just shows what we can do on the wet season, what we will be doing, focusing on the next period now, as we will move to the banks on the side. As I explained to you, that is some drilling and blasting that still has to continue into the sides, and that we can also start after we did the rock blasting. We've prepared the quarries in the vicinity so that we can start then also with some of the work that we will bring in some of the concrete mixes. And excavation is required, as I said, that we have to go down even on the sides in the banks, and then we have to do some dental concrete. That will mean that you will have to put concrete in the cracks that you find on the bases of the rock bases of the dam as you go forward, and then the formwork to bring up the dam. Then the next slide will just shows you an artist's impression of what the dam would look like once we get to the completion. As you can see, it now will be a roll-crete dam. For those of you who know the between Mossel Bay and George, there's a dam called the Wolverdans Dam. Was one of the first dams that used rollcrete successfully, and in the world, the same technology, concrete technology, will be used at the Glen-William Dam, and that is how the dam should look like, which will mean that it's an uncontrolled spillway. When the water level rises, as it's currently rising at T-Waters Kloof, and it will spill once it reaches the full supply level, which means there's no need for alarm. It will then be normal flood conditions as it goes through, or flow conditions rather, high flow conditions as it will go through. As you will see that little hole on the top, that will be the non-spill crest, overflow crest, which will mean that will control the flood conditions to be channeled through the middle, and you will have your shock breakers to ensure that there's no harm done as far as the apron is concerned with erosion. We really anticipate this dam to be completed by April 2028, and everything going smoothly. Unfortunately, the length of time to complete the dam is due to the fact that we'll have to work in this wet and dry season, because this is just the nature of the climate in the Mediterranean climate that is experienced in the Western Cape, and that is how we're going to work. Zanele, who's going to do the water allocation part, or?
Menard Mugumbo is supposed to come next, Mr. Manas. I'm not sure if he has joined. Let me check in the attendance.
But if he's not here yet, let me continue so long. Stop me if you find somebody that will continue.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm here.
Good stuff, Menard. You can take over. Go ahead.
Okay. Afternoon, colleagues. Looks like I'm not sure if you
Yeah.
can hear me.
Thank you. We hear you.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Please proceed.
Okay. Okay, sure. So I am going to present slides on the conveyance infrastructure from the raised, the proposed conveyance infrastructure from the raised Clan William Dam. So Leonardo, I don't know who's controlling the I don't have all my things on with me. I'm on site. So can someone please just go to the next slide, to the appropriate slides? It's not that one. Further down. Yes, that's the first slide. So that's the project that I am presenting on. So can we have that on slide mode so that everyone can see clearly?
I believe it may already be in.
Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. So a brief background to the project is the department needed to do remedial rehabilitation, dam safety rehabilitation work on the dam wall, and this work was identified early 2000s. But then as the department was busy preparing to do the remedial work for dam safety, the department took the opportunity to also investigate the feasibility of raising the dam wall concurrently with the remedial work on the dam wall. So basically, that's the background to where this raising of the project came about, and the main purpose was because the current scheme, the assurance of supply, the scheme is failing to meet the assurance of supply for the existing commercial users as well as urban users who depend on this scheme. So, and in addition to improving the assurance of supply, the department also wanted to take the opportunity to raise the dam and resettle, not resettle, but establish emerging farmers on the scheme. And as a result, we then had to undertake a feasibility study that was concluded in 2008. 2008/2010, because we also had to do an environmental impact assessment. And from the feasibility study that was undertaken at that time, it was then concluded that the project was viable up to raising the dam wall up to a height of 13 meters. In fact, the 13-meter dam raising was the optimum raising. But then what happened at that stage is there were two parts to the project. The raising of the dam together with the dam safety work, the remedial work as one part. The second part was then to identify the land, suitable land to establish resource poor farmers, the emerging farmers. So what happened in the feasibility study was that because there was a lack of clarity on responsibilities surrounding the development of the agricultural developments, so the raising of the dam wall was done to full feasibility level of detail, while the investigations for agricultural development was not done to full feasibility level of detail until the roles and responsibilities between the Department of Water and Sanitation and the Department of Agriculture had been clarified. So as a result, we then had to undertake the bridging study for the bulk conveyance infrastructure. That's why we ended up with two separate studies for one project. And the main objectives of the bridging study was to define or to identify appropriate layout for the proposed conveyance infrastructure to supply water for the establishment of resource poor farmers, but also to at the same time take the opportunity to upgrade the existing canal system, which is more than 90 years old, which is failing to meet the water requirements for the scheme, and also the old canal system suffers breakdowns, frequent breakdowns because it's old. So the conveyance infrastructure then was to supply the resource poor farmers to be established on the scheme, but also to take the opportunity to upgrade the conveyance infrastructure for the existing users. So we then had to investigate, as part of the bridging study, to investigate existing water allocations so that we would then be able to project water requirements and be able to size the infrastructure. So it's one of the tasks that we had to undertake. We also had to identify suitable land for development for the scheme, for both existing and for the establishment of emerging farmers. The project area, which I guess most of you are familiar with, is mainly along the Olifants River Valley, starting from the Clan William Dam, which is very close to the town of Clan William. So the development is along the Olifants River Valley, and the two beneficiary municipalities are the Cedarburg as well as the Masekama local municipalities. Next slide. Now, in terms of the existing scheme, we have the two main storages, the Clan William Dam itself, as well as the Bruce Hook Weir. Both they lie on the Olifants River. The Bruce Hook is the older scheme, and the Clan William was built later. So water then, the way the scheme is operated is to release water from Clan William, and the Clan William, the water that is taken from the Clan William Dam itself is used to supply irrigation schemes surrounding the dam reservoir, as well as to supply agricultural developments between Clan William Dam and the Bruce Hawk. So via the Clan William Canal is between the two storages. And then from the biggest part of the scheme is downstream of the Bruce Hook. So downstream of the Bruce Hook, that's where we have the Lower Olifants River government water scheme. That is the scheme that takes up the majority of the water from the scheme. And in terms of the existing infrastructure, I think that slide is trying basically to show what I've been trying to explain. You can see the Clan William Dam upstream. The upstream is down at the bottom of the page, that is upstream. Then from Clan William, you can see the little blue, which is the Bruce Hook, and the red lines between the two dams is the Clan William Canal, which supplies both the Clan William town as well as the agricultural developments between the two storages. Then the rest of the canal system in red from the Bruce Hook Weir down to close to the river mouth at Ebenezer. So basically, so we have the left bank as well as the right bank canal portions of the canal system. Next slide. From the analysis that that was undertaken as part of the bridging study, we came up with recommendations for proposed allocation of the additional yield. The raising of the dam wall by 13 meters is going to create an additional 69.5 million cubic meters. But from the optimization that was undertaken as part of the bridging study, we were able to increase the additional yield from the better analysis that was done. It was then found that the raising is able to generate, or rather create, an additional yield of about 82 million cubic meters. So the proposed allocation then is some of the water will go to the urban, domestic, urban, and industrial, as well as mining within the project area. And this is this allocation is very small compared to the water that is taken up by the agricultural developments. And the allocation for the domestic, industrial, and mining is only 0.6 million cubic meters per annum out of the additional yield. The bulk of the additional yield is proposed to be allocated about 15.2 million cubic meters to increase, or rather to improve, the assurance of supply to the existing commercial farmers on the scheme. And about 61 million cubic meters is proposed to be allocated for the establishment of resource poor farmers on that scheme. And because of the climate change and the hydrology that we were using at that time, is hydrology that needs to be updated. Then we then decided to err on the side of caution, and then had to make a reservation of 5 million cubic meters that would be allocated in future once the hydrology has been upgraded. or rather updated, then we'll then be able to allocate the last 5 million cubic meters per annum. Now, one of the tasks that we had to undertake as part of the bridging study was to identify suitable land, agricultural land for irrigation development, existing as well as new irrigation development. The existing irrigators, some of them are interested to expand the areas that they are currently irrigating, but then as well as to open up new irrigation areas. And we had to identify irrigable land that is within economic distance, that can be commercially viably supplied with water from the conveyance infrastructure. And those schemes that you see, if you can just go back to that slide, those schemes that you see are the different schemes that were identified from the Clan William, between the Clan William and the Bruce Hook Weir, as well as downstream of the Bruce Hook, right down to Ferredelling. Next slide. Okay, and now that slide is basically a repetition of the schemes that you saw on that map, but what it does is it gives the size of land that can potentially be irrigated. The diesels is the one that is very close to the Clan William Dam, that is earmarked for resource poor farmer development. You can see the different irrigable areas that were identified. Then the Clan William is the one, the portion that I said is between the Clan William Dam and the Bruce Hook. Yeah, so the list goes on, but the total irrigable land that was identified as part of the bridging study is right at the bottom. It's almost 6,000 hectares, 5,874 hectares that was found to be available for possible development. But some of this land is proposed for government waterworks to be developed as government waterworks, while the other parts of the scheme will be developed as private development. I think I'll only focus on that first column, unless if you want us to discuss the other columns, but for now, we can move on to the next slide. That is the young diesels. The black picture that you see on that slide is the high flood level for the raised Clan William Dam once it has been raised, and to the right is the proposed young diesels scheme that is to the west of the Clan William Dam, and that scheme is proposed for resource poor farmer or emerging farmer development, and that's the one that has a potential to develop plus or minus 462 hectares. Next slide. Again, these are the schemes that we have already seen. No, just go back again. These are the schemes that we have already seen, but what this slide is basically showing, in addition to what we have already discussed, is that this is what we call what has been given the name the right bank canal development. The current canal system, as I indicated earlier on, comprises of both left and right bank canals. The proposed canal lies mainly on the right bank of the Olifants. The right bank, for those of you who don't know, the right bank is the side of the river when you are looking downstream. So the canal system starts off from Bruce Way on the left bank, but plus or minus 5 kilometers downstream, it then crosses the Olifants River to the right bank to the places where additional where potential areas have been identified for irrigation development. So the right bank canal comprises of those 4 areas: Zaifa Fontaine 1, Zaifa Fontaine 2, Melkboom, as well as the Traval. Next slide. Now that one is the Ebenezer. It's a bit busy, but basically there at that is further downstream. But what we are basically doing there is we have the 2 canals on the left bank as well as on the right bank. So the proposal is to divert water from the 2 canals, the right bank canal as well as the left bank canal, and divert that water to a proposed off-channel dam that is part of the project, which will basically act as a balancing storage for the Ebenezer scheme. Now, the Ebenezer scheme, there is an existing there. The red color that you see is the one, the area that I said is very close to the river mouth. It's an existing scheme, but there is potential to expand that scheme. But in addition to the existing scheme, the Ebenezer community have also managed to get restitution farms. I think there are about 4 farms that they that they were awarded by the Department of Lands and Rural Development. So that is part of the Ebenezer scheme that will be supplied as from this development. Yeah, I think the other details are just technical details. That last slide is basically trying to show in detail how that diversion is proposed to operate, but it's basically what I've already explained. And I think this is the last slide. Next slide. Okay. This slide is basically trying to give an indication of the cost estimate of the government water schemes. As I indicated, the 5,874 hectares, part of that will be developed. The proposal is to develop part of that as government waterworks, the young diesels that I explained, the right bank canal scheme, as well as the Ebenezer scheme. Those 3 will be developed as government water schemes. The rest will be private development by the existing farmers. They will, those that have potential to expand, but as well as the emerging farmers alone or in joint venture partnerships with the existing farmers. But for the government water schemes that are being proposed, the development cost has been estimated as 2.8 billion rand. But this includes betterment costs to upgrade the existing canal system. So this is not only the development, costs. It's both development and betterment. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, I think that marks the end of my slides.
Thank you, Dr. Menard.
Okay,
Please stay on if possible, because I think there might be a number of questions, but you mentioned a lot of exciting prospects, and thank you very much for that. Is it back to Mr. Smith?
No,
All right,
Sorry,
thank you so
Manus.
much, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Chair, and Dr. Mugumo, DDG, thank you very much. I will take my I'm the provincial head, Western Cape Department of Water and Sanitation. I'll take over the presentation from now on. You can move the slide, Ms. Smith. All right. We decided to share this information with you because we thought that would be most appropriate and relevant to this meeting. We will be talking about the licensed as well as the operational of water allocation within the Western Cape. And besides the licensing that allocates the available of water system operating rules, the department is also guiding the annual water allocation. As you have seen, most of our colleagues, they form part of that meeting where we decide in terms of the water allocation as well as the water restriction. And this we normally do it on an annual basis, but because the South African Weather Services, they warned us that we are going to have a low rainfall this year, then we decided to have a meeting on a quarterly basis, of which this meeting we decided that for now, as per our model, we need not to have the restrictions. And the next point is it's about the operating rule, which is really the strategy that aims to establish good practice procedures. And in this operating a rule where we normally meet with all the water sector, it's not we have decided that it is not going to be only the Department of Water and Sanitation input. We have agriculture on board, local government, representing all the municipalities that are forming part of the Western Cape water supply system. And that is where now the reduce of the operational cost of the scheme, that among other aspects that Dr. Mugumo was talking about, it gets discussed in those engagements. The next slide. In terms of the broad context of and rationale for annual water allocation planning in the Western Cape, I think this slide, it summarizes what Dr. Mugumo as well as Mr. Manas has already alluded to. The most important point that we want to drive home is that the state of facilitating infrastructure, it may definitely change from year to year, and that is where now we're doing monitoring and evaluation to make sure that everything is on account of different maintenance and as well as the development of other schedules. The next slide. This is just to show you the Western Cape water supply system in terms of the module that we are running. I think the next slide, it will explain it very well. All right, I'm trying to run through the slides here because network is of a challenge where we are driving. In terms of the typical outcomes of the water resources within the Western Cape, under the operating rules for the Western Cape water supply system, Considering the difference between water use sectors in the province, safeguarding water sectors, meaning the industries, the water users associations, the water services authorities, and other, also we are now including the Department of Public Works. It is to safeguard equitable water allocation through our water use license units, as well as the supply to provide restriction protocols during the water shortages. Many of you might have seen in 2017 and 2018, when we were really hard on in terms of the drought, that we were meeting often and we were having the war room that was having different water sectors, Department of Environmental Affairs, as well as human settlements during the COVID time. But this operating rules strategy is mainly to provide the guidance in terms of restrictions, protocols during water shortages, and also to set the pre-release benchmarks to reduce the systems. For an example, in 2020, when we released the water from the Berg River Dam to Misverstand Dam, it was all water sector the entire water sector who was involved to make sure that the water that is being released from the Berg River, it is really going to reach safely to the Misverstand Dam, because during that time we had so many complaints and so many submissions to the department that were within the systems, our systems. And it is also to minimize the scheme operating cost, which really assist a lot, more especially from DDG Manas unit, infrastructure unit, and also to facilitate the infrastructure maintenance throughout the entire infrastructure within the province. And this operating rules strategy, it actually enables us to communicate as much as we can to the public, as well as to build the capacity amongst our stakeholders. Now we are seeing a lot of media discussions. Residents are panicking about the floods and all that. So these particular operating rules, it assists us in terms of disseminating information as far as we can. The next slide, Ms. Smith. Now, we're working very closely with South African Weather Services, and it is for that reason that it assists the unit of Dr. Mugumo in terms of planning. We are able to plan appropriately in order to make sure that before we can even experience drought or flood, we are in a position that we are able to plan and avoid where we can be able to mitigate such incidents. This slide is just to show you different types of guides that we are following in terms of policies and tools. What is it that is really guiding us in terms of the climate change? The next slide. And we do have a climate change strategy, and our climate change strategy, it is not a standalone document. It is aligned to different policies and strategies. Number one, it is our National Water and Sanitation Master Plan, of which our unit under Mr. Mnisi, Directorate Water Resource Management, we are currently in the process of putting together the Western Cape Master Plan that will be custom-made only specifically for Western Cape. But we are not ignoring, we are making sure that it is definitely aligned to what the National Master Plan is talking about. And we are in the process of taking all the master plans that different municipalities have put together so that we can have one master plan. And City of Cape Town, they have already produced theirs, which is a 10-year one. we are also taking cognizance of that. And there are different policies that we have been communicating with all these, with all the water users. Another important document is water and national water resource strategy, which is also one of our document that we are focusing on. And the other one is the national climate change response that we are also looking at. And all these, it aims on two points, which is the effectively to effect the manage of climate change for the entire country, and also to zoom in directly to what Cape is going to experience or has already experienced, and then we build it from there. And the last point, we're aiming to promote the application of the integrated water resource tool in order to reduce climate change vulnerability. Next slide. This is just an overview change of water of water in the Western Cape. The climate change, we have seen that it has changed drastically. This is not what we were expecting in terms of the rain. In the beginning of the year, we were informed differently than what we are currently experiencing. And I think it is quite evident with what we have seen in the media, including the dam levels that we are releasing on a weekly basis. There are few areas that are receiving, the rain and also in the late summer on the east side of the province. But the greatest water demands are in the future, as well as mostly summer season, due to rainfall and as well as tourism and the water demand related heat waves. We have seen how heat waves has contributed to Teerwaterskloof that time when we had a severe heat in the province. We have seen a serious decline in the dam level. But if you look at the map above, it basically presents the average maximum daily temperature over the province. And if you look at the red, I'm sorry, I don't have a pointer here with me, but where there's a red color, it clearly shows areas that has experienced higher than 30 degrees, or just exactly at 30 degrees Celsius. And then the map on the left side, it clearly shows the future change, which basically suggests that it is likely to increase to the green side, to green to dark blue colors, with brown indicating areas with up to 10% decline in the future annual. So the reason why we are showing this map, it helps us, it assists us to plan appropriately for the future, as well as to include it in our master plan, even though it fluctuates. The weather, you can go to the next slide, Odi, in order to plan accordingly. This is just another overview of climate change and water in the Western Cape. You can read through during your time. I don't have to read through to present it all, but it was just a good indication to show you where we are, where we were, and how best can we plan so that we ensure that water security in the Western Cape is always not a challenge. The next one. Next slide. Obviously, the dam levels, we were not gonna finalize our presentation without sharing with you our current water situation, of which currently the City of Cape Town dams, which is the Western Cape water supply systems, are currently at 92.7%, of which we are even currently harvesting now. I've seen the Teerwaterskloof dam. I'm coming from the site now. And this is basically due to the rainfall that we experience during the winter rainfall period, as well as the water availability is much better as compared to where we were last year. So we are happy, we are comfortable, even though there are some parts of the province where they might have to do some repair in terms of the roads and all that. But from the water security side, I think we are on the safe side, and Mr. Manas has already spoken to the dams issues in terms of the dam safety. In terms of the Western Cape state of dams, we are sitting at 81.51% as compared to 56.83 last year this time around, which is a good jump in terms of the percentage where we are. But this does not mean that water users must now start use water as and when they would like to. We should also advocate that they must use water sparingly. Next slide. This is just the dam levels, our 6 big dams, which are looking very good. Please ignore the colors. There's nothing untoward in terms of the colors, but it was just to show you the dams where we are in terms of the percentage, as well as compared to last year, as well as last week. Next slide. I think that was the last slide. Then in conclusion, before I can hand over back to Mr. Manas, we are really saying that from the department, we need to partner. I believe that before you can seal the partnership, you must first have a relationship. So far, we can safely say that we do have a relationship, but it is very important that we formalize this type of relationship. I like what the chairperson said when he started the meeting, to say that, yes, this is a NCOP for agriculture as well as environmental affairs. However, all this cannot be done without water. So it clearly shows that we need to strengthen our partnership in resolving the challenges within the sector. We need to formalize our partnership. Our minister has guided us, as well as our DG, to say that in each and every province, we need to formalize this partnership that we are having, so that where there are issues, we can work together, and instead of working in silos. I think that is something that we need to pursue as the entire sector. Cross-pollination, Mr. Manasi and myself, we like using this word, the cross-pollination part, because it worked very well with those municipalities that we are working with. Those municipalities that are struggling a bit, they can work together with those that have advanced in terms of the water services, in terms of the water sanitation. So these are the things that as a sector, we need to talk about, and we need to look at. For an example, the reports now has been released by our minister, the watch report, in terms of the availability of drinking water in the province and nationally. Now, this is the time now we need to sit together and say which other municipalities are struggling in terms of the drinking water quality, including the water users like agriculture, industries, and all that. So I thought we should also focus on that and seal our relationship, and as well as the systems constraint. We all know that Western Cape water supply system water allocation is currently exceeding its available water supply with about 32 million cubic meter, of which Dr. Mugumo's presentation, I think it has covered it nicely, to say that this is what we are planning as a department. But in these plans, we cannot make it with these plans without holding hands with environmental affairs as well as agriculture, as well as implementing the reconciliation studies that must be sustained by various responsible parties in order to broaden the water mix to ensure that water security is all good, and happiness it is, so that we can be able to tell a good story come 2030, when we submit the data in terms of the SDG Sustainable Development Goals. And I must say we've got a very healthy relationship with environmental affairs as well as agriculture, because we are putting our data together to say this is not the Department of Water and Sanitation data. It is our data, And when we report, we don't report as a DWS data, we report as the sector's data. So this is something that we need to look at and also, keep up the momentum in terms of that. And then updating of the strategies which are ongoing now. Currently, when I left the office, we had our policy colleagues from national office who came to visit us. Municipalities attended that so that we can share with them what policies are we updating from the department, where can you fit in, how can you contribute, so that by the time these policies are done, are ready to be endorsed, we can say that we have made contributions. Our municipalities made contributions. Our sector departments, brothers and sisters, in terms of the departments, have also made a contribution. And also the other part, which is very, very important, is the governance, where there are multiple platforms and at various levels to monitor systems performance, and like the one operating rules, the one that I was referring to. There is a meeting that is due now in July. I think agriculture and environmental affairs, they are also part of that. And then the annual operating analysis. As we know, last year we didn't have any restrictions, but we said to the water services authorities, it does not stop any water services authority to implement their restrictions where it is due. But what it clearly says is that from the department side, in terms of the model that we run on a quarterly basis, and now I think we're going to go back maybe to 6 months, but we are going to monitor very, very closely so that we don't go back where we were in 27. So we are saying that for now, from the department side, we don't have any restrictions. We just have to follow up with all those municipalities that had restrictions, and they always communicate with the department. And then in terms of the water use authorizations, interventions have to reduce the backlog. I can say it with pride that the Department of Water and Sanitation, we do not have backlog. Let me speak on behalf of the Western Cape. We've got zero backlog, and we are working super hard to make sure that we are not going to go back where we were in terms of the backlog. Yes, we are also looking at a verification and validation, which is the VNV. We are anticipating that before the end of the year, we would have done due diligence in terms of finalizing the VNV and make sure that each and every water user that has been registered with the department has got their certificate and all that. And you can take me, you can hold me accountable for that one, because it is something that we've got a plan, we have worked hard, and we are so excited about that no backlog will ever be available in the Western Cape. And then in terms of compliance of this one
I think
thank you very much.
Yeah, Chairperson, I think that Zanele is very passionate. As you can see, we are at work as a department. That was 3 mouthfuls, not only 1 mouthful. Apologies that it took so long, but I think that as you can see that Zanele has got, and her team has really got a lot to report on, but I trust that all of that is received in the same spirit as with which the passion with which she and her team has actually also prepared it. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Manus, Ms. Bila Mupariwa, and Dr. Muguma. I really want to say thank you very much. We appreciate that, and you please don't apologize for the length of the presentation. It is such an important topic, and unfortunately, this committee has got so little opportunity to really engage with such an important topic that we absolutely appreciate the information that you shared with us. Thank you for also going wider than just our requests for information, and be assured of our appreciation also for your hard work. I can see there's a lot of scientific work that has also gone in, a lot of engineering thinking, and I'm personally extremely grateful for the fact that you not only addressed the issue of the dams, but Dr. Menard also referred to, for example, the canal system, because in my mind, to have water in a dam is one thing, but to be able to bring that water to those that need to consume it or need to utilize it is just as important. And thank you very much. And without jumping the gun, I want to say this issue of partnerships, I think in the Western Cape, we've seen through the drought that it's only when we all work together that we can overcome those kind of climatic changes. Honourable members, indeed, as they've said, it's been a 3 mouthful, and I believe there may be a lot of questions. Please feel free to raise your hands. But if I could ask you to, for each round, just limit yourselves to 3 questions. I trust that Ms. Mupariwa, Dr. Menard, and Mr. Apologies, I wanted to say Munro because we've got a Mr. Munro here with us. Sorry, Mr. Marnus. If you would be so kind to perhaps just make notes of the questions and then decide amongst yourselves who would be responding to which questions. So, honourable members, please feel free to raise your hands, and as I've said, please try and restrict yourselves to 3 questions per round. Over to you, honourable members. Good. While members are still thinking about their questions, perhaps if I may just ask, and perhaps if we can first concentrate on the Clanwilliam Dam and the delays that we've experienced there, and obviously with the delays came some cost escalations as well. What were the causes of these delays? Is it that, and Mr. Marnus referred to the importance of appointing the right contractors. Is it a matter that we don't longer have that kind of capacity amongst our civil contractors in South Africa? Is it a matter of going out through supply chain, finalizing the what I can just imagine as very detailed contents of the bid documents? If you could just give us an indication of why this project kind of stalled and then had to be relaunched and relaunched again. That's the first question. The second one is just in terms of the canals, and I'm so grateful that you referred, for example, to the Ibn Ayezer community right there at the end, almost next to the ocean, near Strandfontein. They are at the very end of the canal, so anything that should happen to the canal would affect them greatly. And it is my impression that the existing canal may not be able to cope with the demands to transport water to as far as Ibn Ayezer, and together with the age of the canal and the vulnerability that comes through that. Perhaps if you could just give an indication of, have you been able to procure money for the upgrading of the canal system, or are we still just at the design phase? And then in terms of the Clanwilliam Dam wall design, and we all know about our scarcity for electricity, do you envisage that there might be a hydroelectric scheme in the dam wall with the work that you are currently doing, or are you providing for such possibility? Those are my 3 questions. I give over to the Honourable Maran.
Thanks, Chairperson. I also got a couple of questions, and firstly, thanks for the presentations. I think it was 3. Chair. Chair, I must say this development, the extension of the Clanwilliam Dam, if you look at the extra water that will come into the dam, 82 million cubic liters, Chair, it will unlock between 5,800 and 6,000 hectares of land. It will create 6,000 plus permanent jobs and then another 6,000 plus seasonal jobs. And I just want to check, Chair, that the 13 meters, and I'm not mistaken, I've heard the presenter said that they will build another hall next to the existing hall. I just wanted to check, will it be this particular infrastructure development, the expansion of the dam, will it now happen where a new wall will be built, whether it will be on the inside or on the outside, and whether that particular wall basically will be 13 meters higher than the current one. That's the one, Chair. The other one, Chair, and you've spoken about the canal, and that was one of our concerns, whether that canal will be able to transport extra water that currently transport. You have raised the issue of Ebenezer. We were there with an oversight visit. They have raised with us the issue of water. Will this particular canal be able to transport more water, specifically, Chair, for these 6,000 hectares that clearly need to unlock, which will create more jobs? I've heard the second presenter have spoken about the left bank canal, the right bank canal scheme, whether they are already existence or is it planning area. Then, Chair, the side entry to the N1, I believe it's one that is direction Cape Town. I'm not sure. I believe it's that particular one because it seems to be a bit unsafe. Why was it built like that in the first place, Chair? Yeah, let me stop there.
Thank you, Honourable Maran. Your signal is not perfect, but I think we could all hear you clearly enough. And can I give over then?
Sorry, Chair. Chair, can I just,
Mr. Manus, yes?
Can I just ask the Honourable Maran just to repeat the last part of his question, please?
The side entry onto the N1.
N7, sorry.
Onto the N7. Onto the N7. You said it's a bit unsafe. I believe it's in the direction Cape Town. My question was, why was it built like that in the first place?
And then over to the Honourable Sileku.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much for the presentation. Chair, during the first presentation, there was mention made about land that was expropriated from government, which is 100%. And then there was also a mention about a legal issue, one legal issue. And I just want to get more detail in terms of what that particular legal issue entails and what is the potential of that particular issue. Should it drag, longer than expected on the work that is supposed to be done in terms of the extension of this particular project? As we all know, the history of this project, that it has been coming for many years, and one would not want to have any further bottlenecks, in that regard. So that's my question, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Sileku. And when I give over to the officials, I can just say they have made great strides because during our last presentation by, I think it was Mr. Zwane, quite a number of those expropriations were still underway. So can I just ask, Mr. Manus, are you going to direct and allocate questions to members, to staff?
Yes, I think that the questions at this point in time they are all posed to me because it's on the Glen Williams side. I just want Menard just to be on standby for the questions on the canal side, especially as it speaks to the extent to how wide we go with the canal. Menard, please. But let me start with the questions in the meantime, Chair. With regards to the reasons for the delay, I think that it is quite extensive because it goes. There's not only one reason. The first reason for the stoppage that happened was that, as I said at that stage, that there was an implementation model decision that was amended, because initially it was given to the departmental construction unit to actually commence with it. There was an implementation model decision that was diverting from that to say that we must get it rather outsourced, because at that point in time there was specific reasoning behind the procurement strategy of the department to rather outsource the project. That's caused a significant delay because even though the outsourcing procurement commenced, the decision to reverse that was then taken by another minister, Minister Mkwinti, who came then afterwards. And as you can remember, that was in the vicinity of 2018-2019 financial year, which then caused us to go back to the construction unit. Unfortunately, since then, the delays were more procurement related, because unfortunately, the procurement processes of government states that when you come to a point where there's mishaps found in the process, and then you have to cancel and you have to restart. And that is what unfortunately happened, and we had to restart. I can assure you, though, at this point in time, that all the procurement activities as it went, where it didn't go smooth, but we're at the final legs where we are signing contracts with the various specialist services that's required to assist our internal construction unit to really finalize what we are currently busy with. What we are, as I said, what we are trying to do is to prevent that from happening further, because you're not going to have, procurement is not going to be a once-off situation. You will have to procure for the duration of the project, and that's the reason why we're getting a framework contract agreement in place to basically partner our contract construction unit to actually assist that we only do one procurement activity, main procurement activity, and see all other elements to actually be part of that. In terms of the funds for the canal, I think that I will just jump to that one so long and allow Mena just to prepare for the other part to coming back in. No, we don't have all the funds on the book as yet, but because, Chair, as you would understand, that in government we prepare for over the MTF, and we have found that in the country, as far as irrigation is concerned, there's a massive need to do upgrades of our canal systems. We commenced with a program called the Rehabilitation of Conveyance Systems Program, shortened to the ROCS program. And we are doing priority implementation. However, we have sat down with National Treasury and said that what we have on our books, it must over the MTF and beyond as we plan, because obviously there's no return on investment currently being paid by the agricultural users. So the funds that we have is generated through revenue as well as what we get through the augmentation from National Treasury. So we sat down with them and said that the program is not big enough to sustain what we need across the country. So we need to actually get an enlargement of that program in place. In some places like Oranje, not Oranje Reed only, but also Farlarts in the Northern Cape, we have started taking hands with the farming community, where we brought in special purpose vehicles such as the DBSA and others to assist us to have partnerships going. We today spoke to the Dutch government as well to see what partnerships we can have with them. So we are growing the ROCS program to actually, and the Lorowa canals are high on the priority list as far as that program is also concerned. So the securing of funding is part of the project design plan. In terms of the, I'm not sure if I got your question correctly because the reception was a little bit bad, but in terms of the dam wall design, even though the current hydroelectricity plant is not part of the department's infrastructure, it's a private infrastructure, the dam wall design as it stands includes capacity or to actually insert the hydroelectricity as well, if needs be, to be used. In terms of Honorable Maran, that you mentioned that you asked a question regarding the existing wall to be next to the dam wall. Just to keep in mind that if you want to go higher, you have to go at the base, you have to go wider. So if your current base, and if you have to do a cross-sectional cut through the dam hole, it will almost be in some type of triangle type of shape. So if your base have to go wider, it means that you will have to build right from the bottom on the downstream side of the dam. You have to build up the dam right from the base of the dam, where we have to go deeper into the ground and excavate foundations. And then you will build the dam right from the bottom up, past, next to the existing dam, obviously not next to it, but flush to it, and then go past it for 13 meters higher. So that is the concept that we are talking about, to say that we are building the dam wall next to the existing dam wall, and actually by that also then strengthening and bring greater stability to the dam wall itself. The site entry access that you're talking about, we didn't build the realignment of the N7. It was outsourced to the roads department, and they built it, but it was only detected afterwards, after some of the transport or traffic engineers looked at it and said that there has been some near misses at that entrance, and they feel that there need to be a perpendicular design instead of the current angular design. And they have actually made that suggestion that we need to actually invest a little bit more in that part. So that is why we are going back to that one. And then, Honorable Seleku, when your question regarding what the legal issue is, the legal issue basically would be that we have expropriated the land. And now when we started, we wanted to use that land for stockpiling of the aggregate that will be coming from the quarry. And then the landowner, he expressed himself to say that he misunderstood what was expropriated, and he wanted to have further conversation with us regarding that one. Even though he started with a legal, initiated a legal procedure, some of my colleagues and engineers went there and had a discussion with him last week, and it seems to me that they're finding one another outside of court. But we are waiting for his lawyers just to concur with the proposal that the department has put on the table. We don't foresee that delay to cause a massive delay of the project itself. It might have to cause the department to pay a little bit more if we have to find another site to stockpile, because then it means that we'll have to expropriate more and prepare another piece of land, and the hauling distance might be a little bit further, which will increase the cost of the project. But at this point in time, we are so committed to get the project done that we are not at this point in time putting this on the list of high risk as far as causative factors to potential delays would be concerned. Menat, would you just come in on the question in terms of the canal, please?
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think the question was with regard to whether the capacity of the canal system will be able to supply the required water for the Ebenezer agricultural developments, if I got the question right. The proposed balancing dam that I spoke of as part of my presentation will be supplied from diversions, diverting water from both the right bank and the left bank canals. But that diversion will be mainly during the times when the the demand is low. At the moment, without this project, there is water that is reaching the Ebenezer community, but of course, the conveyance gets smaller and smaller as you go downstream. So the idea with the balancing dam is to divert the water when it is available, and have that balancing storage, because with the balancing storage, it then means you are then able to supply the Ebenezer agricultural developments with the water that is contained in the balancing storage. But otherwise, if one was to rely with the existing canals alone, that will present a challenge. So that is the reason why we are bringing in this new development to make sure that we have sufficient balancing storage to supply that development. I think that's the only question that I was able to take note of with regard to the canals.
Thank you, Minat. Chairperson, I think those would be the answers to this round of questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do recognize the hand of the Honourable Maran and then also the Honourable De Villiers.
Thanks, Chair. On the catalyst, was the new water that will come into the dam will unlock almost 6,000 hectares of land, and whether the current canal system will it be able then to transport more water to also cater for those. I hear what the presenter is saying in terms of new development, in terms of the canal systems, but I'm not sure, Chair. I haven't heard a clear answer, because this particular project, the end date is April 2028, on whether the canal system will be upgraded at that particular point in time to transport more water to cater for not only Ebenezer, but also for the 5,874 hectares that they plan to unlock through their daughter. Thanks for the answer, and I clearly get the picture in terms of the 13-meter high wall that will be built. Thanks for that. Also, Chair, lastly, from my side, and the Honourable Seleko have asked the question about the expropriation of certain plots, and then one outstanding issue. I just wanted to check, Chair, to expropriate what piece of legislation that they have used, Chair, whether it's the 1975 expropriation bill, or whether it's the which makes provision to expropriate in the interest of public purpose. I just wanted to check which piece of legislation that you have used to expropriate. Thanks.
Thank you. And then the Honourable De Villiers, and a warm welcome for your first participation in this committee.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for that answer there about the electricity, hydroelectricity. I think we should explore all avenues to fix that problem. The images of that wall is very impressive, and wow. I just would love to pose the question, if when they designed the wall with that kind of finishing touches, that to me is really outstanding, did they have tourism attraction in mind? Because to me that wall can, with the flowers that we do have in that area, that wall can actually be another attraction of people coming into our country and spend some revenue, especially in that area. And that's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Honourable De Villiers. And yes, I can confirm in many years past, my parents used to stop there with us overlooking the dam wall. There were some picnic sites, and I even have a photograph of my own children at that site, because looking at the dam wall and seeing the water is really a sight to behold. And I recently were able to visit the Hoover Dam on the boundary of Nevada, and I must say they make a lot of tourism, taking groups through the dam wall and turning that into a revenue generating activity as well. Honourable Maran, I presume your raised hand is a historic one. Perhaps if I can ask slightly different, also from in terms of the dam wall. One of the things which we expect from you as the Department of Water and Sanitation is a very difficult one, and that is quite often to assist with flood control. And currently we have those 13 sluices open. My question is just the new outlet, will that be able to handle the same kind of volumes of water to be let out downstream to also assist with flood control? And then if you could tell us a little bit about the new works to transfer water from the new dam to the Jan Dissels River, because it seems to me as if that will open up a lot of arable land fairly close to Clan William. And then my third question, we haven't really touched on the Brandvlei Canal. Congratulations on finishing that project earlier this year. And I hope that we're finding already benefiting from that relatively minor project, which we expected to have huge yields in terms of the water. The Brandvlei Dam is not one on which we normally get reports as to its level. I do see that it's currently higher than last year at this time. But perhaps if you could just share with us your experience of that enlarged canal. Are we already seeing that canal being utilized to its full capacity? And with that, again, Mr. Manus, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Once more, Menard, Jan Dissels, as well as Zanele, I think that you can also come in on some of that. Let me run first, and then you can also perhaps just add and sweep with me, Zanele, because I'm not completely sure if there's there might be things that you'd like to add. Coming in first, regarding the first question in terms of the conveyance potential, I think that Menard will answer that one, but just to add to it, that we can use, if we are not ready by the April, at the completion date of 28, that we could be using the run-of river as a conveyance option in the meantime. However, we take cognizance of the deteriorated state of the Lorwa Canal system, and we are engaging internally as to see what we can do to, in the interim, also see what we can do to actually just safeguard the conveyance system as it is in its current form, to actually continue doing the work that you're supposed to do, but the run of river is still an option to also utilize in the meantime. But I would like to assure the honourable members that the canal upgrade is a joint by the hip project as far as the raising of the dam is concerned. The department can't do the one and not the other. It's unfortunate that it is a complete government water scheme, and the one is dependent on the other. So we are just doing this in sequence that we are. And the one aspect that we also have to raise is that we have competing priorities across the country where so when something is shovel ready, as they speak, that we will put the priority of funding into that project, and that is what we are currently doing. So as you will know, the Hazelmere Dam in KZN, the Tsanin Dam, the raising of Tsanin Dam in Limpopo would be the project that's currently underway. Olifants project, just to mention a few, and we're also starting the Mzimvubu Dam later this year in the Eastern Cape as well. So some of the capital that we have, for those who are the financial people in the meeting, will understand that how we have to deal with the available capital, we put it in projects that's alive. As far as the expropriation legislation is concerned, the department's National Water Act allows the minister, empowers the minister to do expropriation in the space where government water works or government water schemes, rather, GWS, would be declared. So this is a government water scheme. So the National Water Act empowers the minister to actually expropriate land for the purpose of a government water scheme, and that he will then be the sole stakeholder or owner of such property that is around as part of a government water scheme. And that ties nicely into the question that was posed by Honorable de Villiers regarding the tourism potential of such dams. Across the country, we have found this to be the case, and we have entered into agreements with communities, municipalities, tribal authorities, even the private sector around our dams to exploit basically the potential that's there as far as tourism is concerned. Unfortunately, this is a jewel that is really not utilized to the best of its possibility. And Honorable Chair, allow me to just share this with you. I can't say in confidence because obviously if I say it, it's out there, but there's nothing to hide about it. The department has issued recently an expression of interest to be shown by the private sector to see how they can participate in putting in the independent power producers as part of our landscape, and because we want to bring down our operating costs, because electricity is our highest cost driver, especially where we have lots of pumping to do. We are bringing this now also to the tourism side and the recreational side, where we are preparing an expression of interest to actually allow the private sector to come in and use this land that is owned by the minister around government water schemes to actually see how they can we can further explore possibilities, as the Honorable de Villiers has said, that we cannot just let it lie as it is, that there's much more than what we can do. And Chair, Hoover Dam, I was there myself, I can also attest to what you have said. Then coming into the flood control part, yes, the gate that's up there on that dam, as I said in my presentation, there's a limit, there's a level until which those gates can operate, and then they will fail. So obviously they are designed with a very high failure factor, but it is possible. And if you've been to Hoover Dam, perhaps you have noticed that there's a dam close by, also in the Colorado district, that has failed significantly just because of the fact in the Sacramento area, just because of the fact that it had floodgates that couldn't handle a storm that it was not designed for. What I can assure you, with having an uncontrolled spillway, it will actually bring it to the fact where you will take that safety risk away, and the uncontrolled spillway will be handling flood conditions. If there's a dam in Koppies Dam in the Free State that have proven to us that it could operate at a level of 150% safely. And we are using that as information to tell us that, and if it was a floodgate that was on it, surely the floodgate should have failed, as you have recently perhaps noticed that in the KZN, we had a dam whose floodgate has failed because of the amount of pressure that was on it. So Jan Duisel's potential, I will give that to Menard. But the last part, thanks for the congratulatory and kind words that you've said regarding the Brandplay Canal. Yes, the area manager, Mr. Leon Janssen van Rensburg, he reports to me on a regular basis that the canal is operating well within the design limits. It's beautiful to behold, and it has impact quite significantly on the Brandplay Dam. The levels that they gave me, that it was beyond with what it was, it just split my mind. I think it was 74%. I'm not sure if Leon David is with Zanele have that figure now, but we can't at this point in time, Chairperson, claim all the glory for the level of the Brandplay Canal, Brandplay Dam at this point in time for the canal, even though significantly so that it has increased, because obviously there was high flow conditions in the area as well. But it has given us the, if we take the hydrological calculations, it has, and at the end of the rainy season, we'll be able to inform you to what level of success. It is a success already, but the degree of success can only be calculated once we have all the hydrological information to do so. Amina, would you come back in with the Jan Duisel's potential, please?
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think it was not the Andizos. The question was whether the canal capacity is able to supply the proposed 5,874 hectares for irrigation development. The design capacity of the canal is currently configured is 13 cubic meters per second, and that 13 cubic meters per second was arrived at after considering the requirements to upgrade the existing to upgrade the existing canals capacity to supply existing users, as well as to supply the new users that will be brought onto the scheme as part of this development. But then what will happen is, because of this new right bank canal that is being proposed, once the new right bank canal has been developed, constructed, it will release some pressure on the existing left bank canal, and that means the users that are currently relying on the left bank canal will be able to expand because these 5,874 hectares that I spoke of earlier on is not all greenfield. Some of it is expansion of existing agricultural developments already on the scheme. From our consultation with the farmers, there was an expression of interest by the existing farmers to expand their operations, but we cannot plan for how they will do their expansion. But what we could do was to, in consultation with them, to estimate the water requirements for the expansions. So part of that area is expansion of existing agricultural developments, and that will be supplied from the existing canal system, because quite a lot of the load will be taken off from the left bank canal to the new right bank canal. And as Manas has already explained, there are plans in place to upgrade the existing canal system. So that will be done as part of the ongoing operation and maintenance. So yes, we anticipate from the planning that we've done that the canal system will be able to cater to supply the full 5,874. and that consists of the proposed government water works as well as the private developments. Thanks.
Mr. Honorable Chair, can I just add over and above what DDG Manas and Dr. Mugumbo has mentioned? But I agree with, I concur with what DDG has submitted. Just to add, I'll be short and sweet. Just to add over and above with regards to the Brandflay, we do have the existing allocations that is linked to the water use authorization with a total schedule of about 24,696 hectares, of which it equals to 215 million cubic meters per annum. And out of these, since the raising of the canal, we have received a number of applications for the water use authorization. And out of that, we have already authorized about 968 500 cubic meter per annum to one of the water users, as well as the 360,000 cubic meter per annum, of which, as we stand now for the Brandflay, we have received quite a number of applications for water use licenses, and the ones that are ready to be authorized by myself is about 5 of the water use license applications that are currently on my desk, of which by the end of this week I would have finalized them. And we're doing together with the Breede Olifants Catchment Management Agency. So they issue them and they get approved. If it is within my threshold, I approve it, and then if it is outside of my threshold, then it goes to national office to be approved. So we are doing very well. I don't want to steal Mr. Manas' words. Honorable Chair, I think he has submitted it very well. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Ms. Pila Mupariwa. We really appreciate that. Honorable members, there is another opportunity for questions. In the absence of hands, may I just have 2 questions more? The first one is, if there's one dam that is currently like a sore finger, in the sense that its level differs so vastly from other dams, and that's the Voelvlei Dam here in the Western Cape. But I do seem to have noted that there are some plans to also augment the water in the Voelvlei Dam. Perhaps if you could just tell us a little bit about your, I presume it's longer term plans. And then also you're talking about the Breede Olifants, if I'm not mistaken, as another perhaps long-term expansion or infrastructure work to give us bigger water security in the Western Cape. If you wouldn't mind just lifting the curtain on some of these longer term planning and work that you're already doing. And then I do see PM as a guest. I presume it might be the Honourable Peter Murray that may have rejoined.
Chair.
PM, Pat Maran. Yes, please.
Yeah, it's me, man. My laptop's battery went flat. As you know, I'm on the road. It's difficult to charge, so I've logged in now for my phone. So I've lost, Chair. I've missed some of the responses basically on the questions that I've asked. But the most important one, Chair, is if the officers don't mind, which piece of legislation was used, and I was not sure whether 1975 expropriation bill. Then Chair, the last question. Especially when it comes to your Brandflay Dam, and in the next couple of years, also the Ken William Dam, because there's an outcry that the allocation of water, it's a bit skewed. We know, for instance, who owns the bulk of water use licenses. that the current system that we are using is in some organizations call it racist. Do you foresee that there might be court challenges in terms of how water is being allocated now, and those basically who stands to benefit? Do you think is there already court applications, and do you foresee there will be court applications in the near future in terms of the model that you are using to allocate water use permits, licenses? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Maran. Mr. Manus, I think at times like this, you're probably longing for the minister's presence. But please, first, my question is regarding the longer term infrastructure planning. And then if you would be so kind to also respond to the Honorable Maran's question.
Thank you for the compassion, Chairperson. As far as your questions would be concerned with full play, I think it would be remiss of me not to answer first the elements in terms of what we are currently facing with regards to the operations of it. There were some incorrect media statements regarding the full play canal operations. The department indeed, we dredged the weirs on both sides, because the 24 Rivers Canal as well as the other canal, we've successfully dredged it before the rainy season commenced. So and we have replaced a siphon that was failing in that area as well, so that we can have maximum flow into the Voorvlei Dam, which we achieved before the rainy season started. What we're definitely going to do in the dry season is to have a major overhaul of the canal's maintenance with regards to the plant growth and so forth, to see how we can also lift a little bit using also labor-intensive methods that could be to the benefit of the people in the Wellington area. In terms of the going forward, we have the Berg River Full Flow Augmentation Scheme, also the acronym used by the department, the BRAVA scheme, for which we appointed implementing agent, the Trans-Caledon Transfer Tunnel Agency, which is called the authority, which is called the TCTA, as the implementing agent to source funding for us, which has been successfully done to the point where we got all the agreements signed now from the municipalities. The agricultural unit, because the sector was a little bit more tough to achieve because of the fact that this is not going to bring actually additional water to the dam, this scheme, but it will increase the water security of the scheme, which means that the dam capacity will not be increased. However, we will have a fuller dam at higher frequency with the scheme. What the scheme is going to basically entail is to bring in a weir within the Berg River, a pump station, and a transfer main to take the water into the dam itself. So then the dam will be fed by three sources, which will be the two canals as well as the pump scheme from the BRAVA scheme. But Menat and his colleagues, they're also working to look at the Michael's Pass options for further future after the BRAVA scheme is included. So there's some sole options as far as the Voorvlei Dam is concerned. So there would be options to be brought into that aspect as well as we go forward. I think in terms of the breeder side, I'm going to ask my colleagues, Menat and perhaps Anele, if they've got anything to add in with regards to that. And then coming back to the Tamaleki questions, with regards to what are we going to do with regards to the Brandvlei, we have met, the minister himself also have met with the Water Use Association in that area, and we agreed with them, as together with the CMA, that we will avail the initial waters as it is coming now, additional waters as it's becoming available for the previously disadvantaged to actually benefit from this first. And with that process, we have gone public to publish the invitation for people who are interested from the HDI community in that regard. I'm not aware of any challenge that has been received as yet. The only problem that we have, Honorable Maran, would be that I don't know how to put it, but it simply is that the land ownership is a problem, and that is preventing this to actually be as to be accelerated as it could be. So we take cognizance of those challenges, and we are operating the licensing processes through the CMA within that agreement that was reached. I'm not sure, Zanele and sorry, the expropriation we have answered that before, Honorable Maran. We just said that it happens through the National Water Act because the minister is empowered to do that. And then also, I think that your previous question, if I might just go back to my book quickly, in terms of why that site access or road was built like that in the first place. It was built like that by the agents, the road provincial of the Western Cape provincial government, who actually built the road on our behalf. And afterwards, it was found that that there's a little bit near misses happening quite too often there. And then there was a decision that we need to change that access to make it more perpendicular, and it will therefore be more safer. And that is what's currently being done in that regard. Minat and Zanele, is there anything you want to add in this?
Yes, DDG, I can come in there. Yes, indeed. The adverts they went out to invite all the water users, but first we were focusing on when it was sent. It went in terms of the phases. First, the 100% triple BE, and what I can say to Honorable Maran is that when we issue water use licenses or authorizations, we are being guided by Section 27 of the National Water Act, and that is what is helping us to ensure that water is allocated equitable according to what is in the kitty or according to what is available. So we do not deviate from what has been put in terms of the National Water Act. There are quite a number of issues that we look at before we issue the water use license. For an example, we check whether the triple BE is included. We also focus on the water balance, and yeah, there are quite a number of things that we look at. So I agree with DDG Manas to say that we don't foresee any litigation measures around this matter, unless if maybe there's something that we are not aware of. But so far, Section 27 is guiding us, and currently there are also some reviews around the regulations in terms of the water use. Also, I see DDG Zwane is also in the midst. Maybe he can also add DDG Manas, our regulation DDG. But that is exactly what DDG Manas has already mentioned. I fully agree with that one. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I don't know if there's anybody else that also would like to respond.
Yes, from my side, I just wanted to add to what DDG Manas explained in terms of our long-term development plans. He covered the Bravas project very well. I'm not going to repeat on that. The other project that he also touched on is what we call the Brede Barrag water transfer scheme. This is a scheme that is planned to. It's an inter-basin transfer from the Brede's catchment to the Barrag catchment. We are currently busy with a bridging study on that project. Before we are able to transfer to do that inter-basin transfer, we need to update the hydrology of the Brede catchment, and also update the water requirements of that catchment, because it's an inter-basin transfer. You want to give confidence to the users in that catchment, in that system, that there is sufficient water, or rather there is surplus water for transfer to the back catchment. So we are currently busy with that exercise, and once we establish, or if we find that there is surplus water that can be transferred to the back catchment, then we will then make the necessary recommendations, and then undertake the necessary designs, planning designs. But it's not an easy project, because it's an inter-basin transfer scheme. There is certainly going to be a lot of contestation from the users in that catchment. They have already expressed their concern that if this transfer is only for the metro, for urban, they won't have problems. But they've expressed that the main concern that they've expressed is that part of this water may end up benefiting irrigators in the back system, and they feel like they are being disadvantaged. So it's something that we'll have to discuss during the public meetings with them, to convince them that there is a need for this project. So we are currently busy with that project. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we are scheduled to finish at 5, and we still have to discuss the public participation process going forward. You must please forgive me for allowing these very authoritative senior managers and enthusiastic senior managers of the Department of Water for sharing with us this wealth of information. But unfortunately, to you, Dr. Menard, Ms. Mupariwa, also to you, Mr. Barnes, we will have to say goodbye. I just want to say, and I believe I speak on behalf of all the members of this committee, to say firstly, thank you very much for a most informative presentation. Thank you for your willingness to respond to our questions, and even questions going further than the briefing that we've sent to you. May I say, and I haven't checked that with the members, but knowing them, I think I speak on behalf of them as well when I say thank you very much. You instilled such confidence in us, and it's wonderful for us.
Chair.
Yes, Ms. Mupariwa.
Oh no, I was saying thank you so much, Honourable Chair.
Yes, no, thank you. I will finish now. Can I just say, to know that such an important aspect such as water is in the capable hands of people like yourselves is really wonderful. South Africa has got some already engineering marvels in terms of our water system. And it seems to me you are building on that excellent history and that excellent foundation of engineering marvelance. So thank you very much. And it's a pity that I will have to say goodbye to you. I do hope that we will be able to learn from you again. But again, thank you very much. And I do hope all of you will get safely home and that you will get home before dark. We really appreciate you going after hours and going on in responding to our questions. Thank you so much. You are welcome to now exit this meeting. Honorable Maran, unfortunately, we need to move on, and please, if you have got another question, please put that in writing or make it part of our resolutions.
Got a question, Chair. Maybe if Sarin can just get us the contact details of the officers, Chair, that's dealing with the water issues. Thanks.
Certainly, and learning from today, I'm sure they will be more than happy to give you greater insight into the marvelous work that they are doing. Thank you very much. You are free to exit. Honourable members, are you willing for us to continue? Do you need a break? We've been going on for 4 hours. I do hope that some of you have been able to slip away quietly for a cup of coffee. Can we continue? Thank you very much. I take silence as concurrence. Honourable members, the public participation process for those 2 bills, the Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill, as well as the briefing that we've had on the Agricultural Product Standards Amendment Bill. The next step normally is that we now call for public participation, and because we are going into recess next week or constituency period, I asked Ms. Nikak to already do some homework, explore some options, and also get some quotes as to what it would cost, for example, for formal advertisements, etc. While these 2 bills deal with different national departments, I believe that, time-wise, we can have it run concurrently and perhaps even invite members of the public to respond on either of these two bills. Ms. Nikak, can I hand over to you just to perhaps propose in line with what we've done in the past in terms of advertisements in provincial newspapers, etc.?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Well, in the past, we've advertised based on the content of the legislation, the nature and the impact thereof. We've advertised mostly in mainstream newspapers. Now, Chair, you've mentioned that you've asked me to look at some quotations. So I've asked for a quotation from the Weekend Argus, from Die Burger, the Saterdag, the weekend edition, and then also City Press, which is a national newspaper, but they can place an advert for the Western Cape only. And I've also looked at the report. Now, the Weekend Argus, in terms of cost estimate, has come in at about 9,200 Rand for an ad. The Die Burger Saterdag came in at about 8,000 Rand. And then the City Press national newspaper for publication in the Western Cape only came in at 18,000 Rand. So that's quite a difference to the previous 2 that I've mentioned. The report came in at 27,000 Rand. And then you also asked me to look at the Landbou Weekblad, which is a magazine, agricultural magazine, and the Landbou Weekblad has come in at a cost of 14,000 Rand. So that's just the cost of advertising. That's one advertisement containing information on both these pieces of legislation.
Thank you, honourable members. I'm going to put it out there that we at least advertise in the Burger and the Weekend Argus, if that is fine with you. Do you believe that we need to advertise wider than that? Obviously, we'll also be using social media, the WCPP's own website. And I do know in the past there were some requests that we also try and buy advertising space on social media. But can we for now go along with those 2 newspapers, and then can I call it to a smaller measure, then also with social media and other means of inviting the public for their responses? Again, I take silence as concurrence.
I second, Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Any other proposals, or can we move on? Ms. Nikak, do you have a clear enough mandate to proceed?
Yes, I just want to double check that at this stage, the advertisement will call for written submissions, which will be submitted via email. It will also call for verbal submissions to be submitted via WhatsApp, because that is what we have done in the past, Chair. And then it will also call for requests to appear before the committee to make a verbal submission based on a written submission received. And then based on the written and verbal submissions received, which is public interest in the bill, the committee will then take a decision if it will conduct public hearings. Am I correct?
Indeed, I think that is the summary of what I understood this meeting's decision to entail.
Thank you, Chair.
Good, thank you very much. And then, honourable members, you also received a copy of the minutes of our previous meeting for consideration. Again, can I put that then to the meeting now? Can we please have the minutes of the 25th of April on our screens? Thank you, honourable members. Attendance is there. A proposal that we adopt these minutes as an accurate copy of the proceedings of that meeting.
Vice Chair, that we adopt.
Thank you very much. No other dissenting voices. So thank you very much. I also concur. I've been able to go through it beforehand. And thank you again to Ms. Nikak for excellent work in drafting those minutes. Honourable members, can I just ask, are there any other resolutions from the presentations? I do know that there was, can I call it an informal request from the Honourable Maran for contact details of some of these officials?
Yes,
any other resolutions? Honourable members, I think what I would like to propose is that we formally send off a letter of appreciation to the Department of Water and Sanitation and those officials involved, to thank them for a most informative presentation today, but that we as a committee also decide to continue monitoring the progress with the construction work at the Clan William Dam. And then, honourable members, it was not on today's topic, but I believe the Honourable Maran is also there in the vicinity of Citrusdal. I happened to be privileged to be there on late on Sunday and on Monday morning. I think if we as a committee can extend our condolences to those that have lost family members, but also to those that have lost considerable infrastructure or suffered considerable infrastructure damages, particularly in terms of the our farmers and agri workers. Many people have been displaced. Many of our farmers are struggling to get their products to the market. I believe we can all sympathize with them. And then lastly, also express our appreciation for those that have opened up routes so that citrus can even come via private causeways, etc., to the Cape Town port for export. It is the almost the peak of the citrus harvesting season, and these trucks really need to be able to get the products to the markets. And I personally saw how a private company opened up their farm and their causeway for the public and for trucks to be able to use that and in order to bring Citrusdal into contact with the outside world again. And I think we can just express our appreciation for that. But before we close the meeting, honourable members, any one of you that would like to add anything, would like to put something on the agenda for a future meeting? Nothing for now. I want to say, Honorable Maran.
In your word of appreciation, maybe just a word of appreciation for gift of givers.
Correct.
Who came in immediately. Today, for instance, they went to Algeria, and they have to went via Clearville to make sure that those people who have suffered basically losses during this floods, that they receive the necessary assistance. So, just a word of thanks to the gift of the givers also.
Absolutely appropriately. Thank you very much for mentioning that, Honorable Maran. Honorable members, I wish you all well for the constituency period, and we'll be seeing each other probably towards the end of July. Thank you very much. Your support is appreciated, and be safe. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good evening to everyone.